Oh, the taste of your tears are delicious.
He cried like a little.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get there too at some point, bud.
Oh, you got me with the
hello everybody, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We're opening the doors today and lubricating the hinges with Mongo's tears. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this. We don't have any announcements for tonight. So we're going to go ahead and jump right into our recap. And we're going to start off with Scabbard.
God, you got those two confused? Holy shit.
Well,
one can read.
We explored a bit more of the town a bit. Some of us going off our own separate ways. Scabbard went to the temple and met a really strange and awkward goblin. Left an offering to pay, I believe it was Paylor. Yeah, Paylor, and then did an offering and a prayer of protection within a small shrine for Bahamut there.
Well, I like how you just brush over. You're like, I met a goblin, moving on.
Well, it was a really weird, strange vampiric goblin. I didn't really interact with him a whole lot. More so, it's like brief introductions, and more so making extremely uncomfortable. So,
you're not normal. You make me feel weird.
But after that, went to a curiosity shop and learned a little bit about some of the strange things there. There was a really interesting book that Scabbard isn't quite sure if he wanted to pick up yet or not. Wanted to bring Mongo there because he doesn't know Mongo has gone there yet. Also, accidentally hurt Feisty with the wrong type of brush. That was fixed. That made me upset. So that sucks.
Wow, you hurt your best friend and don't even give a shit.
Oh, I cared. It was terrible. We had gone to the mansion that was left behind by the Obscura, where Scabbard had discovered a hidden passage that led down to this chamber that was
You also learned about some of the Fey Court stuff too in passing.
Oh yeah, definitely a bit about the Fey Courts, with a really interesting individual that was deemed to do awkward things, apparently. So that was fun. We learned that Mustache Rurik has been trying to make clones of the other members of the Obscura within a hidden chamber within this mansion, and has managed to break his binds as a clone and apparently become a lich. So where we had to go ahead and travel to the next town over to seek out I believe it was a master cleric, where we had a small meeting with the queen of the city, transported to this next city over, and met the super chill leader of that city. So that was really cool.
The Duke of the city.
The Duke, yep, the super chill Duke. Mongo went off to go and do his own thing, while the rest of the party went about their own separate ways. We went to the temple to seek this cleric. And from there, kind of explained the situation.
You finally met a cleric that is as intimidating as Sir Mir.
And then, what else? Oh, yeah. Nikolai was completely oblivious of things and didn't know what to do, but we kind of fixed that situation as well. Before, any insults were thrown by accident. Any offense. So that's the gist of what happened with Scabbard. Oh, yeah. The chicken. The cube of chicken.
Oh yeah, the cube of chicken. Which is pretty fucking impressive.
The more that we ate from it, the more that it opened up, the stronger it got.
Yeah, the more flavorful it got, the stronger the smell got. The more juice that came out, to eventually where you had a cloth underneath it, and it was starting to saturate the cloth, even though it was a thicker cloth that you had put under it.
Did you ever give you the card for that bag of honey? That's the only thing I still don't have.
Yeah, like,
It's all good.
Nailed it.
Cayenne, what about you?
Well, aside from Cayenne having her heart broken in 1,000 different ways because the lovely little plant that can speak that dwells within the basic atrium thinks that Cayenne is Regatta, her mother, and asked Cayenne not to
And how much is your soul going to be crushed?
Thought about that.
Yeah. Yeah, but there is a certain level of Cayenne understanding Nicola's point of view, and I know that Cayenne is smarter than baseline instincts. Oh, I'm sure if you find this mustache Rick, you're going to leave plenty of wounds and have Scabbard heal them to do them all over again. Yeah, you got the wood from the hole in the wall, which you also procured a few other interesting items from there as well. It's a dark iron wood, almost like a blackish color with silver veins throughout it. You also got the potion to restore feisty as well.
Which reminds me, I got questions about that spell.
And you also got fed some of the meat chicken, the cube chicken. You're like, why is it so delicious? And Feisty's been nomming on it, which has made the entire room basically. How could you describe it? Georgia thick humidity of chicken smell and sauce. Yeah,
And now I need a shower. I forgot about that.
it's like walking into a backwoods of a KFC. Oh yeah, you had to meet the Jesters again.
There.
It's, it's more so that he's afraid of the Queen. His father's long passed. Oh shit! Sorry.
You didn't know that. Cleric.
Yeah, yeah, she's a cleric and a paladin, so she's just all kinds of terrifying.
Yeah.
There is a go ahead. There is discussion on the Discord regarding what if her and Sir Mira cross paths.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then I got on the strain of like, what if they had a child? What that child would be like.
The kid of two absolute badasses.
Kobold tiefling hybrid.
Sparty cat.
Half and damn fear as well.
So a vampiric kobold tiefling.
That kid is either going to be a bigger badass than both of them, or the ultimate wimp.
Oh no, the sun's too bright.
But I don't want to go out in the sun. Any other notes you got there? You also asked Feisty for her assistance in the ritual as well. And you guys all had to speak to Feisty as she speaks to everyone when shit gets serious.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mungo, take it easy.
Yeah, this
Come
is a
on,
heavy
let's
fucking
go.
episode.
Or just rush through it so you don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Like ripping the bed
So
out.
start off scolding Scav about the wrong kind of brush used and how he ripped out bit of feisty fur. And then kind of wakes up to his spellbook / bell, letting him know that there are other Munchkin tabaxis nearby. So on his way out the door, he promised he'd get a brush for Feisty, and then went and tracked down said tabaxis. One which was having a meal literally downstairs. Fuzzy Navel, turns out is their name. And they're all in town to visit their mother, the owner of the Silken Paw. So, well, they're about to go to the next town over. Pop into a curiosity shop, get a brush and a couple other things. Get over to the Obscura's house. Find out that Mustache Rurik was being a bit naughty.
That's a word.
Yeah, trying to clone members of the Obscura to torture them. Probably for shits and giggles and information, as one does. And then, yeah, we have to break the news to the Queen about how he has his going-ons, his organization, things that they've been up to, and the fact that he's going full lich. She wasn't happy about that. But she did manage to get us a quick ride over to the next town over. That should hold quite a bit of information, which also happened to be where Fuzzy Navel's mother is. Owner and operator of the Silken Paw. Got a chance to speak with her, and it hurt. Turns out she is the original owner, or at least one of the previous ones to Mongo, to own that particular bell. That holds a fun secret if he can ever get it unlocked.
Yeah.
Of the origins of the Munchkin tabaxis. And then she passed away immediately after. Got to spend some more time with Fuzzy Navel and some of the rest of the family. And then, yeah, on his way out the door, he actually got to see Irate Bell Chaser.
Take a moment. Hey, Mare, didn't you give Feisty the potion right away? Okay, are you good?
Yeah. Yeah, I got to see Irate Bell Chaser walk off with Skycat. And then he made his way over to the temple. Yeah, that was fun. Accidentally bumped into somebody. Little lizard folk. Accidentally broke their holy symbol. Had to help them put it back together. Thankfully that worked. And then I think we left off with Mongo about to walk into the temple.
Oh yeah, no, actually, you were introduced to the paladin.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you were-
that's
you were
right.
about to leave
And I
an
about
offering.
shit myself because the lizard folk that I ran into happened to be their favorite. Yeah, the Paladin Prim kind of watches out for Riz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that big fuck off mace that's about 8 times bigger than Mongo, almost went flying through Mongo because of the holy symbol breakage. But since it got fixed, she's not mad at him. And yeah. Yeah, I think I left off still in the temple.
Yeah, you had just got there and joining in, and we also had a really awesome, one of the coolest things of Nikolai going full Nikolai on leaving a donation.
The logic there is so Nikolai. So what is it? It is an offering to Palor, who's the god of sun and harvest.
Basically leaving an offering of some kind that has to do with agriculture, life, or sunlight.
Yeah. Which Nikolai reasoned that, well, since Palor kind of helps make, I believe wheat was specifically mentioned, or grass or something like that, which feeds cows. Cows make milk. Milk turns into cheese. He left cheese.
And technically, that's an agricultural thing.
Which
Yeah.
is 100% fucking Nikolai. Fucking hilarious.
I couldn't argue that logic because it was so well done.
I mean, literally after the stream went off, I got up, walked over to Nate, and gave him a fucking high five for it. Because, I mean, you just... How do you not?
Sparta cat.
But, yeah.
Alright, and what was it that Scabbard left?
He left his silvered axe.
Oh yeah, the silvered axe that you had gotten, you left that behind.
His woodcutting is it was a woodcutter's axe. Woodcutting is a form of agriculture.
I don't think Mongo got a chance to leak anything.
Not yet.
You just barely got there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just getting into the actual temple and being taken in by the apprentice, essentially.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got the stare of like, how dare you, from both Paladin Riz and from Scabbard for breaking the
Well, Riz isn't a paladin; she's a cleric.
the cleric.
Yeah. No, it was Riz's holy symbol that I broke, but fixed with her help. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but Riz almost threw that mace through Mongo.
Yeah, Pris is not to be fucked with.
Thankfully, the paladin was quick to mention, no, it's cool.
So, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let me check something real quick.
Yeah, I gotta come up with a fucking offering real quick,
I would share with the information of what you would probably need to offer.
Well, it's not acting yet.
Yeah.
I know Ace left something, so did Feisty.
no way Noodle's not going to leave something.
He's a cleric, he would know
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
But I would assume Noodle would probably help Mongo out. It's like, go for something like this.
What was it that you left behind there?
Yeah, what did the mayor leave behind? I was offering.
Yeah, because that would be right in our wheelhouse to leave.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Mongo. Calm your shit.
Sparta.
Hey, last episode was very emotional.
Sparta, Sparta. Hey, buddy.
So, we're going to... So, Mongo, you head on in and you see that Do a perception for me.
Oh.
Oh, you just stepped on everything.
Thank you for checking that out for me, Sparta. I appreciate that. 17.
What was that?
17.
17? As you're inside this actual holy room for the deity, you see that there's been various offerings left there.
I should probably leave something. And also get, make sure Noodle's able to get out.
Noodle's already just pitter, 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 across the floor, heading over there to leave something.
I check through everything. How much do I know on what to leave?
Religion?
Oh, fuck. That I don't have memorized. Where is it? Oh, 2 numbers. Okay.
You're very consistent.
15. Apparently. 15.
15? You look around and you look at the offerings and you're like, you look at the, you know what you have discovered about Palor in the previous town, and you're like grass, wheat.
I did share some things with you
Farming?
last time, so you have a general idea.
Mongo turns out has a fair paw at mixing drinks, so probably wouldn't. As he's getting better at it, he'd probably have a few things on
Oh god,
him.
he's gonna leave a wheatgrass drink.
No, that sounds terrible. No offense to anybody who likes that, but I was going to say he'd probably have a beer or something, it being made of like wheat and barley.
That is technically an
Roll
agricultural
it at disadvantage.
Fuck.
Great idea, but hard to pull off with what you got.
No, fuck. God damn it.
Scabbard, you can do a perception if you want.
So 19 on the second one.
Natural
and a
20.
Fucking 5. What do I add?
You watch Noodle put something into the dish, and there are these seeds that seem to like glow a little bit.
Oh, hello, Noodle. If you're here, then that means Mongo's here.
And Mongo, you go over there and you're like making this drink, and you stumble a little bit and you actually pour all over the offering spot. And Prim just turns around and she just looks at you as she hears the noise.
I kind of freeze and very tensely look around and see the death glare.
And Noodle looks at the seeds they just put in there that are now floating in the liquid.
Mongo?
I can fix it. I can try this off.
Mongo? Place a hand on his back. Let me help you, because clearly you don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna help him with this.
I'm gonna make sure and look at Prim to make sure that this is okay that I do.
Prim, you look over and you see Prim looking at you, and she's like, no, he does it on his own. You assist him, I take both your hands.
Very well. Well, you're on your own on this one.
Yeah, I can at least prestidigitate it clean and then...
She looks over at Riz, and she gives Riz this look, and Riz quickly takes off out of the room and comes back. And she comes back with a bucket, and she holds it out to you, and it's filled with soapy water, and she hands you a toothbrush that's been very well used. And Prim's like, you will clean this temple top to bottom using that toothbrush and not a single ounce of magic.
So we're going to be there for a while.
Yes, I will. Well, this brings back memories of home. How do you feel about rubies? Just out of random curiosity.
She heads out, ignoring you, talking to the others.
Well,
take a quick look around, see which the best spot to start, and get at it.
And Noodle's like, just kind of salutes you, climbs up onto Cayenne and gets comfy in one of her packs.
we'll see you in a few hours.
See you in a few days.
See you in a few days.
Well, we're probably gonna be here for a little bit. Is there a place we can stay around here? Make a small little base of operations while we're within the city?
Your Mongo's
A
just
base of
sitting there
operations.
looking around like, fuck. Ah, you gotta love how much you fucked that one up.
At least it wasn't a one.
The entire statue would have just fallen apart at that point.
Oh.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your lineage, dishonor on everything you own, and upon your ancestors and your future generations.
I was expecting a cow in there. Not gonna lie.
Dishonor on Noodle.
If anybody suggests that Noodle is dishonorable, that's fight on sight.
A red dragon.
I think Mongo would still try to fight that.
Probably use his words first, but yeah.
The red dragon's going to probably eat you on sight.
Probably might even just look at him like, oh, a crumb.
A crumb.
You know, you're about the same size there.
Roll sleight of hand to start scrubbing.
Keep fucking. 5.
You go over and you just kind of like pick up the tray with all the liquid in it and just kind of pour it into the bucket a little bit. And you see the seeds that are floating on top. You try to catch the seeds so they don't fall into the bucket.
Of course.
Okay.
Trying not to fuck this up. I have experience cleaning shit like this. I caused a lot of trouble back home. I know how to clean this stuff.
Not as much as Scabbard
Very true.
and Nikolai. Nikolai has you beat by far.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, you catch the seeds, and they're just like these glowing, almost like wheat seeds, which kind of catches you a little bit. They're glowing.
Oh no, I'm putting him back, and I'll ask Noodle about him later. See if he's got any more that he can give to Cayenne.
And you begin just the cleaning process with this toothbrush. The bristles on the brush are going in every direction. Looks like it's been very well used in this place. And yeah, you start pushing like at one crack with it, and it starts to creak a little bit. And you can see that it was broken at one point and taped together. And you were told you can't use any magic so you can't mend it.
I will make a note to after I'm done, if she wants me to fix it. I will not just fix it, I will ask permission.
And you were asking about a place where you could go, right?
Yeah, where we could stay within the city. I mean, chances are there may be another one of Rurik's places here, but we don't know.
Is there a link to his info? Yes.
Actually, yeah. Nikolai, what are the chances that your father may have another place here?
Not likely. These things take an incredible amount of resource and effort to produce. They're not going to be multiples in one spot.
True. Well, we still need a place to stay. I'll ask around. I know we still gotta go to that magic school place, but without Mongo, that might not be smart. What do you think, Cayenne?
Think of what?
Well, current situation. We found our master, the Grandmaster Cleric.
I just want to find out what that piece of shit was trying to do. I don't care about anything else.
Well, the best place to learn more about whatever this are trying to do would probably be the magic school, but with Mongo being indisposed at the moment.
All I need is Feisty's help and the Grandmaster to help me
Prim looks
while I
over
look
at
through
you.
the blood and I can see what happens.
You worship the blood god.
I do speak to the Lady of Blood, yes.
And she just smiles at this, and you can see how really sharp her teeth actually are. She's like, oh, I want to fight you so bad.
It's actually funny you mentioned that. The Queen mentioned the obsidian wolves to spar with, and after news that has been happening, I've been looking for a good sparring partner.
And she just looks you up and down, and she's like, huh. I fought a centaur once. I broke all 4 of their legs.
Well, that's fucked up.
That just sounds painful.
And she leads you through the city, and you're looking at the architecture. It's like this early European, but like Nordic style, with a really sharp ceilings, the roof, so that basically snow just comes off.
Ah,
And eventually, you do come to the place, and there's a signing hanging out front called the Hungry Peasant Inn.
the Hungry Peasant Inn. There's gotta be a name to that.
And it's a 3-story building that is slightly off crooked to an angle where it doesn't look like it should be standing still. It's just at this odd tilt.
I forgot about that.
And you can hear music coming from inside, and you can smell like in the air various kinds of like baked goods as well. Mostly what you would assume would be pies. And Feisty's already walking through the door.
I'll try to stay close to Feisty to make sure she doesn't
Get in trouble? Yeah,
pocket
same.
anything.
And you head into this place, and it's actually a very, very cozy inn. You can see some people coming and going, mainly wizards and people of the city. And you okay there, Tom?
Fucking missing it with them
And
cleaning.
and you see like students going about like talking and discussing things and talking about school and various classes that they're going through, and how some of them are doing studies here on the mainland and not the actual place.
Huh. Mongo will get a kick out of this.
And you hear a voice from one of the counters, and it's a really old, gruff voice. And you look over Cayenne, and you probably might have to do a double take. I'm not sure, but there is this older dwarf there, and he's well shaven, completely bald, wearing very fine garb. And he has very dark eyes, and he doesn't smell anything like you would expect a dwarf to smell like. And he's like, oh, adventures and adventures. Oh, greetings.
Dwarf or dwarf?
You don't know. You'd have to talk to him.
Ah.
But the fact that he's completely clean shaven and completely bald.
That could easily put like 2 and 2 together at just the clean shaven part.
He's like, come in. My name's Torin. Welcome to my shop.
Hello, Torin.
Thank you for the welcome.
He's
Pretty
like,
nice, this guy.
you guys need a room or something? And you hear from off to the side of him a female dwarf, and she's like, oh, we have new people that aren't students. And you see this older, like, female dwarf, and she's a little bit shorter than him, and her hair is up in like this giant beehive, and it's like this vibrant red color. And she is a bit more plump. She is toned. She has biceps. Like she is strong because she is a dwarf. And she's like, "Welcome to the Hungry Peasant Inn. We're famous for our pies."
Give him a little bow.
What brings you in? And Torin's like, no, I've talked to him first. And she's like, oh, bullywug, I don't care. There are strangers in this place.
Well, it's a bit of a long story. Let's just say we're here mostly on business, but might need a place to stay for a bit.
Well, we have rooms, you have coin. I think we can make an arrangement.
A beer recipe too.
Tell me, what's the story behind the name to this inn?
Our tavern? Our inn? My wife, she cooks pies. She's always cooking pies. Famous pies, meat pies.
The rest of you hungry?
We're all there, right?
Yeah,
Busy troubleshooting stuff, so.
yeah,
I'm
you're all
really-
there. Except for him. He's not there because,
He's cleaning and reminiscing
yeah.
about all the other times that he's had to fucking do this cleaning without any magic.
Yeah, and he's like, I also do gym crafting as well.
Ooh,
Or
gem
fucking... And Noodle instantly pops her head out of your bag, Cayenne, and looks around like,
Nikolai's interested in that as well.
What a certain friend of ours interest at those words.
most definitely has Noodle's attention.
Has my
Yes.
attention for sure, too.
As Nikolai's mentioned, he made all the gems that are in the brooches that everybody's wearing, so.
Yeah. Food, room, how many are there of you for here? And he's like, and the wife interrupts. She's like, my name is Earl. I wanted to speak to the centaur first. This is a safe haven for your kind. You're welcome here. We're sorry for all the atrocities of the Dwarven Empire that has befallen your kindred.
I appreciate the apology. I would definitely love my sister to meet both of you,
And
because unfortunately we were separated when young, and she may have been part of that.
And Torn looks over. Oh, well, that is a dampering shame on the mood. Well, if I ever come across any of those dwarfs that happen to do that, I will take my gin crafting tool and I will split their shins personally.
That is
I
highly
only ask
appreciated.
that you allow me to go with you so I can help.
And Earl's like, there was this one time, a while back, and Torn looks over, it was 80 years ago. She's like, that's still a while, where we went dwarf hunting, and we fed the giants.
How do you spell her name?
he's over there just
Dwarf
laughing.
hunting, just hunting your kin. It's kind of fucked up.
Survival of the fittest, man.
Earl?
Yeah.
Eruil.
Okay.
Or Uriel, okay?
Earl. And it's like, and he's like, we're dwarfs, not dwarves, as you can tell by our distinction. And there's a sign he points to that's hanging there that literally states that.
So DORF,
Yep.
not DW.
And she's already bringing pies over to you guys, and they're almost the size of a 9-inch pie, and she's just passing one to each of you.
Jeez, it's huge, but thank you very much.
And,
It's a 9-inch pie. It's not that
That's
big.
more volume than Nikolai himself.
and she looks at you, Nikolai, and she's like, right. She's like, hold on.
Okay.
And she goes back, and you hear things being moved around in the kitchen and things shuffling, and you hear a cat hiss and come walking out covered in flour. It's this beautiful black Maine Coon cat that's now covered in flour and shaking itself out. And she's like, mouse folk, what's your favorite foods?
I guess colloquially in the game it's been cheese, so. But I do like pies.
Okay, I have something special in mind for you, mouse folk.
Okay.
And Torn's like, Adri, show them to a room, and this little kobold comes out and looks at you and walks over to you. Are you wearing your disguise, or are you just?
Well, my regular attire, since we
Yeah.
met formally with the queen and then
Yeah.
came here.
And they look at you and they walk around you and they look at you and they walk around you again.
Speak to them in kobold. Hello.
What?
Hi.
What?
Oh, do you not know our
What?
language?
Oh, sorry.
I speak Dwarven and
Oh.
Common.
Interesting. I've never met another kobold that didn't know our language.
I was
My apologies for
I was
assuming.
raised by the Gemlofts.
Gemlofts.
Torn and Hero.
Oh. Interesting.
And it's just this vibrant blue kobold just standing there with a little bit pudgy for a kobold.
What kind of kobold are they?
Blue.
Just a regular, blue colored one?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name, little one?
Little one, she's probably the same size as you.
Is this one hard of hearing because they called me by name?
I actually missed the name. What was the name?
Guess you're gonna have to just not know it.
Adria or something like that?
Adri.
Idri?
Okay.
Idri.
Okay.
Idri.
Idri.
Come on, I show you to a room and bring your pies. You get pie for room. It's included in cost.
Idri. Okay.
And they're like, you think they're gonna go upstairs, but they head back out the front door. And then they come back in through the front door and they go out a side door, and you guys follow after them. And lo and behold, they take you to what appears to be an actual attached barn.
Okay.
And they go over and they undo the door and they slide open the door and they head in, and it's actually a attached place to the tavern that's suited for centaurs
Okay.
and hoofed folk.
That's pretty cool.
Cayenne's instantly happy.
Yeah.
You see, there's
No
this.
stairs.
You see that there's the lower floor and the upper floor, and there's rooms upstairs where you can take the stairs up, and there's actually a little lift that goes up and down. And then you just see this big double wide actual fireplace there with a bench, a long table in front of it where you can sit down and just relax.
Cool.
A rather large and spacious place.
Well, centaurs take up a lot of room, and this is the centaur luxury room.
Oh.
Do you expect hoofed people to walk upstairs like you? Have you? But that's a lot. I don't mean to be rude, centaur, but that's a lot of ass. And you can instantly tell they were raised by dwarves.
No offense taken. There is nothing but truth in what you said.
Yeah, no, my sister here does not like stairs. Understandably so, too.
I do not like stairs. I do not like airships. I do not like ships, and I do not like anything that is not all four hooves on the ground.
So they nod. They give you the key to the actual room and head off.
What are we looking at here in terms of price, by the way?
Enough. It's 20 copper. No, not 20 copper. They go over and they lift up this little sign, like this board, and they're looking at something, and it's written in Dwarvish.
I
And
don't know the language.
yeah.
So I can read.
5 gold pieces per day.
Oh. I will go ahead and take care of that, I suppose. How long do you think we'll be here, guys?
You don't know.
How
Depends
much?
on how long it takes Mongo to figure out how to fix his problem.
Well, just in case, it's 5 gold. You said.
You can just pay every day.
And Prim is just leaning on the door frame, casually just watching this exchange happen. Cause she's just is somewhat amused by it.
I guess just in case, I will give them 15 gold pieces in advance.
They take the gold pieces and they shuffle off back into the main building.
Why? Yeah.
We don't know how long we're gonna be here, and they were so kind and generous.
So we can give them more tomorrow if we need to.
It's called being kind and considerate.
They asked for 5. Why'd you give them 15? I don't understand.
It's called being nice, Nikolai.
So you guys start to settle in. You're still cleaning. Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. And you're still cleaning, and eventually the little kobold comes back, and they have a little pie tin, just your size, and they hold it out to you. And it smells delicious.
Huh, thank you.
You're welcome, Chef Special.
Go.
I bet they're all special.
I'm sure they are.
They most certainly are. It's very delicious pies.
Yeah, they're essentially deer pies.
Oh, venison.
Venison pies with lots of hearty vegetables mixed in, large
so
chunks of
good.
carrots,
A delicious
large,
pot pie. I haven't had pot
large
pie
chunks
forever.
of potato in there, and maybe I'll make pies or a large pot pie for tomorrow for the for
Easter?
Oh, like a
And
fucking
now,
shepherd's
now
pie.
I want a venison shepherd's pie.
What if I make one while I'm there for you? Yeah, they're in it. There's like this really rich sauce made from the brew of the owner, Torin.
We'll have to get an extra one for Mongo later.
And the crust is like that really awesome flaky type of croissant crust, and there's little salt crystals on top and butter melted into it. Just make you guys hungry again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the worst part of this kind of stuff is she goes into great detail, and we never actually get the thing that she's fucking talking about.
Nate does.
Rarely.
And you look at your little pie and you start getting into it, and it's a melted brie pie mixed with the actual ale as well.
Okay.
And you're finding little chunks of meat that have been prepared for your size, as
Awesome.
well as bits of fig and such that accompany the flavors.
That sure sounds
That sounds
could be
fucking
really
amazing.
fucking delicious. Brie, fig, venison. Oh wow! With the if you're talking about the same brew of a particular character, that would go very well. Actually, using that brew in
Oh,
there
man.
as the juice.
Everybody's
Like a beer
suddenly.
cheese pot pie.
Yeah, with those like pumpkin pie kind of flavors in it. Oh, that'd be so good.
Eventually, about midnight, you do finish, and you're allowed to head back.
I offer to fix the brush.
And the cleric, she's sitting there watching you per Prim's orders, and she's like, "Oh, you can fix it. I don't think Prim will argue." Wait, no, she won't argue. You can fix it.
Are you sure?
I'll take it if she argues.
Because it can always be rebroken.
Oh, I'm sure you find a way to break it.
Yeah, I'm just worried I'll be involved.
She breaks it.
She
Breaks
seems
it
rather,
over your head.
yeah, which could kill me.
Or even better,
Could be a bit hazardous to my health.
she puts it on the ground and then breaks it with you.
And she looks at you, and she's like, The last time someone came in this temple and disgraced it, she took the broom, which we no longer have, shoved it up their ass and broke it off, quite literally.
Sport with a cat. That was perfect timing, Sparta.
And that's how you make a Mongo puppet.
No Mongo puppets.
And dance for me, little puppet.
We have to
As it's bouncing up and down.
But we have to give him the nickname of Meeps. No.
So, yeah, you eventually get. She takes you to the inn, and they look at you, and Torin's like, "We're just getting all sorts of guests today. Now we have a Munchkin Tabaxi. Well, there's a bunch of them here in town, but are you related?"
No. Well,
And
I've gotten the chance to meet a few of them, and they're fucking wonderful, and I love them all.
and you hear some like talking of various students off, and you feel someone tug on your robes. And you turn around and there's a younger Munchkin Tabaxi, and they're just like they're just excited to see you, and they're a gray tabby, and they're like, and they look over at their friends, and they're like, it's Maggie, he's real. I get bedtime stories about you from my pa and ma. They pull out a piece of parchment. Can you sign my parchment for me?
There goes Tom's heart.
Now the question is, do you tell them that you are, or do you tell them that you're his son?
Or do you try to play it off altogether?
Yeah, I can't fucking lie to the kid. That's it. Oh, fuck.
What? All right, there, Tom.
Damn. Oh. Yeah, let's just call it heartburn. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm actually not Maggie.
Oh, you look just like Maggie.
I've heard. I take it as a great compliment. Look at this story, see if it's one that I've heard before.
You're pulling out the book to look for a story? Or
Because the thing, he's holding out something, right?
oh no, it's just like a little piece of
Oh,
parchment
it's just
that you
a
can
blank
sign.
piece. Oh god,
Yeah.
that's even more.
Yeah,
Oh.
that they just pulled a piece of parchment out to get the autograph.
Well, we are protected here in this continent.
Oh.
Could share. It's up to you.
I can't tell him just yet. I don't know who the kid is.
It's just this adorable little. Their robes are a little bit too big for them, and their hat is slightly crooked because one of their ears is sticking out.
That's fucking adorable.
Whiskers are too big for their face still. What is Tom going to do?
What you doing, Tom?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not actually Maggie.
The little kid's like, what? You're not?
No, I have heard that once or twice though.
Oh. And you hear the friends like kind of laughing a little bit to each other.
Like laughing at him or like.
Like, he thought it was Maggie, and it's not actually Maggie.
You could totally make a deal with him. It's like, I'll sign it so you can tell them, but I'm not him.
No, they can hear. They're
Oh,
in
okay,
distance,
there.
yeah.
So now it's like, do you let them know who you really are? Or?
Oh, poor Tom's on the spot at the moment.
It's like I gotta give the kid something. It's like I'm not sending him back here with his friends fucking laughing at him. I have, however, met his kids.
And the kid's like, oh, I bet they're just as awesome as Maggie is.
You should see his daughter, Sunny.
But you said kids. There's, like, if he has kids, they all are probably amazing at what they do. And
One of them's still trying to figure out how to do that. He tries his ass off, but it goes wrong, and then he has to clean a lot of things.
Torin is just sitting there, and he's like cleaning a mug, and he's just kind of chuckled a little bit.
But yeah, his daughter, Sunny, anything she thinks of, she can make come true.
That's amazing.
Now Cayenne wishes that she was there so she could tell them about what Sunny did.
And her wonderful plant named Day.
Yeah.
Yes.
And,
Sunny is the cutest little cupcake ever.
she needs all the protections.
Oh, yeah.
And, the little kid just puts the scroll away. Well, tell him hi for me.
Counter, who are you? What's your name?
Tiny Tifer.
Tifer?
Yeah.
That's a great name.
I don't even know what.
Tiny Teefer, tiny Teefies.
And they just smile and they head off and they're like talking to their friends, and Torin's just like, I know exactly who you are at this point. Not hard to deduce. And Hero's like, oh, for the love of the Forge, don't give the child a hard time.
I was also going to ask, like, who exactly. Because clearly he's a wizard, like, what's he studying and where?
I mean, you can always go ask and meet his friends that are being assholes. But that's expected.
Yeah, but if they're being assholes, I'm going to have to stick up for them, which means I'm going to be an asshole to kids.
Technically, you are a kid.
Oh no, they're like 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that won't fly.
It's like, I don't want to bully the 6th graders.
Would it be 6th grade?
I don't fucking. I don't know.
That would be like 4th grade.
Yeah.
And
Single digit graders.
Torin's like, you need a room?
I think actually that my family might already have.
You're with the other Munchkin Tabaxis, I'm assuming.
Oddly enough, no. My sister the Centaur, my brothers the Moon Mouse, and
Inaro sticks her head out of the kitchen. Your father a bard?
Well, I mean, yes, but
Yes, but not.
Torin's like, wow, he's a brave bard.
yeah, all of this is going over Monko's head. It's like, well, from some of the stories I've heard, yeah, I guess.
Brave or crazy.
And
Sometimes I question the difference.
Earl's like, and he fesses up to having all these kids. Wow.
Well, as far as I know, my father only had the 2 of us.
So, your sister's a centaur. Wow, that's impressive.
Well, one of my sisters is a centaur, the other's a Munchkin Tabaxi, similar to myself.
You just said you had one sister.
Well, I have one sister here, the other... Well, actually, no, there's actually 2 of them. Because the centaur that is here, Cayenne, she's actually twins with Osling. But my sister Sunny is also back with Osling.
Torin looks over at his wife. They look at each other. Wow, prolific bard. He must be legendary in the bed.
Apparently, I was just confused.
Ariel's like, brave little munchkin to vaccine.
So apparently people tell stories about him.
Yeah, Torrin's like, yeah, the Obscura are legends these days, and they're often, fairy tales of them read to children at night, like other legendary adventures.
So you felt correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep you. You go out the side door and go to the freestanding building, and Ariel's like, hold on, and she holds out a pie for you.
Oh, thank you.
It comes with the room for each guest. Enjoy it.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And as you...
Oh, one other question. I know there are a few... Do students hang around here regularly?
Torrin's like, yeah, they come through to the Magic City. They're from the mage school that's off the shore.
Sorry, I just don't meet many other practicing. But thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Grab said pie and make my way to the room.
And the door comes open, and Mongo comes walking in with a pie. Well, you can smell all sorts of smells in here of other kinds of pies.
Probably shouldn't do that. Never mind, I was thinking something.
And Mongo comes walking in like about midnight after you guys have settled in for the night.
I'm probably sitting there reading some of the books Kip had loaned me.
Just working on the puzzle box. Just a couple times.
Diane's reading some of the Druid Bear book to Feisty at the fireplace.
That tracks. Ace is listening as well.
23.
23?
Mm-hmm.
You do figure out how you had solved that one piece.
Awesome!
Fuck yeah.
Yes! You hear Nikolai yell out loud.
Probably get comfy, share a pie with Noodle.
Hello, Mongo. How was your mission?
Familia.
At least you didn't get electrocuted again.
And Prim's headed out by this point back to the temple. She'll meet back up with you guys when you head out. And, yeah.
Did Prim ever show her how much time she needs? Okay.
We don't know how long we're going to be here, Mongo, so we paid 3 days in advance, just in case.
Don't know why he paid 3 days in advance, but...
Yeah, you would know that now that your task is done, you could probably head back to the main city.
Yeah.
Unless there's other things you want to take care
Yeah,
of.
no, there's a school not too far away from here. I want to go there.
We do have to go
The
there.
school's
to learn.
offshore.
I don't know.
We do
That's,
that.
so, you're on this side of the continent. The school is offshore on this side of the continent.
And how the fuck do all these kids get here?
I thought they were, like...
That's from
they
what we
shared the same
understood,
shore.
yeah.
The kids come over via airship or teleportation to do studies.
Oh.
And
Fuck.
to
Well,
visit
shit, that
the mage
destroys
school.
that plan.
Yeah, I thought it was like
Yeah,
just off
sorry
the
for the
coast.
misunderstanding. They just come to this city because it is a wizard city.
Wizard run city. Gotcha.
Yeah, and they visit the library and do studies here. A popular place that you would have been told about that they would visit. Let me find it real quick.
I thought that was... Yeah, I honestly thought that was one reason why we were going here.
Yeah, that's...
Do a boat across the strait to go to the city and talk to them about liches.
Yeah, that was like literally the whole plan.
So would you guys have actually questioned if there's any places of interest here?
At some point in time, we definitely would have,
Yeah.
If we're going to be there for another day or two, yeah. But other than that, really just business and get it done. And,
Okay, so
Take care
who
of.
do you talk to find out that information?
well, probably definitely would have talked to the barkeep because he was there and he had
Torn,
room
yeah.
there. Yeah, Torn.
You would find out about the Cerulean Bookshop, the Everboard Wizard Closet, and the Bottom of the Bottle. Oh, and the Last Stud Blacksmith.
Did you say last dead blacksmith?
Last Stud.
Last stud. Okay.
I would probably have spoken with people at the temple and possibly wizards about, like, where can I go to learn how to deal with the lich problem, because that was the whole point we came here.
Would you openly discuss that with just passing by people?
No, that would be something very, like, specific to very specific individuals.
That would probably be directly at Drex himself.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, now that we have different information,
Yeah.
would definitely speak to Drex to see if he has a way that we can communicate with someone in high authority at the wizard school for this incredibly important information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Diane would have written down on parchment asking about what was known about the keepers to Torin.
Okay.
Since he did give that lengthy apology.
Yeah.
She didn't want to discuss out loud that, in case there were prying ears.
The bottom of the bottle would be an interest to you. It's an actual potion shop.
No shit.
And the Everboard Wizard's Closet, which has a lot of memories tied to it too. God, this town is just memory central. Would you like to go for a trip?
That one.
That one! Oh my god, yes! Yes! Okay. Yeah, okay. That one. Oh my god.
You would probably be interested in speaking with,
Go again. Please go again.
the animal tracker and handler named Tindler.
Me talk to them?
Yeah, because you're probably interested in them.
You said Timler?
Tindler. Tinler. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember.
If I ever repeat a name back to you, I'm just making sure of pronunciation so I type it down right.
Yep, that's what I figured, because some of these names get pretty crazy.
Yeah, they do.
What kind of blacksmith is here, actually?
You'd have to go find out.
It's been a very long time since the armor and shield is properly cared for. I would need someone that actually understands how.
About what time did we get to Torrance Inn?
It was later in the afternoon,
Okay.
and then it's midnight when he gets there.
Okay. So if we're going to do some timely-wimely stuff, Nikolai probably would have, after eating the pie and settling in, probably would have gone talk to Drex to talk about what I just mentioned, about getting in contact with someone of high authority at the wizard school.
Yeah, so you go speak to Drex. Does anyone else go with you?
Yes, because I would have.
If it's the
several
next day,
questions.
yes.
No,
No,
it's
it was-
while you're at the temple.
Oh, okay.
While you're at the temple.
Would you go see Drex as well, Cayenne?
It'd be a good idea.
Okay. So you go to see Drex, and his advisor brings you in, and they're like, he has a really busy schedule. You need to make this quick. And
Of course.
he motions off the advisor and brushes his hand back through his dreads and closes the door. And he's like, he walks over to his table, and you see all these documents on his table, and he just shoves them off. He's like, schedule cleared.
Huh.
What juicy morsels do you bring to my table?
Well, without providing too much information as you had requested not to know too much, we have an arcane issue to deal with, and you have a good connection with the wizard school here. So
He looks at the banners of the wizard in his office, and
and you are a wizard yourself, I presume.
much like my father, yes.
So we want to know if there's some way that we can speak with somebody of high authority in dealing with this problem that would have incredible amount of information. How much information you want to know depends on how much, and if you're willing to help, I'm happy to tell you. We can trust you.
He's like, all right, I got someone you can speak to.
Okay.
And he pulls out a scroll and he starts writing on it. And he throws it in the air and it turns into a paper crane and just darts off and
So cool.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And just like his father, yeah.
Totally forgot about that.
Origami messaging system. It's fucking great.
Yeah. And this weird pseudo dragon gets up and stretches and moves across the table and gets comfy, and it's almost like a liquid type of metal design with these beautiful dragonfly wings.
Does it look mechanical, or does it just kind of have a very metallic look?
Very metallic look, almost like a liquid.
Okay, so
I think,
looks organic.
I think Cayenne is most definitely just eyes just completely on this pseudo dragon.
And it looks over at you, and its eyes shift these different colors of gems as it just tilts its head looking at you.
You're gonna just do a wave like this at it.
Hi.
And it just mimics your wave back. And it,
Why is this so cute?
and as you're watching this, it's almost like watching, like there's wind blowing across leaves, or wheat in a field,
Yeah, you can-
and its scales are just rippling along.
That
as
is
it
so
moves.
cool.
Forgive me for speaking out, but your pseudo dragon is adorable.
Oh, yeah, its name's Haas. It was my father's.
I like that name. It makes me giggle because the first thing that I heard after Haas is Cartwright.
And, the door opens eventually, and a new person you've never seen enters the room, obviously, and she closes the door behind her very gently. And, it's a very androgynous being that's before you, and they come in, and you're instantly just, like, standing there at just almost like you're pin needles across your skin, Cayenne, as this person comes in. And they look over to you and they just bow their head ever so gently, and they have very angular, beautiful features. Their skin is almost pearlescent in nature. And they have a small, like, flower crown upon their head and very beautiful robes that are in deep, deep dark purples and oranges. And they look to each of you, and this person approaches Drex, and Drex hugs them very tightly, and they kind of talk amongst each other, and they're talking in Fey, not Elven, but actual like Sylvan.
Sylvan specifically?
Yeah,
Okay.
You can understand what they're saying.
yeah, and they're talking.
As can Nikolai.
Yeah, they're talking about the situation, and it's hard for you guys to follow because it's High Sylvan.
Okay.
What you would find in the higher parts of the court.
Okay. So there's terminologies that they're using that don't equate.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck does that mean?
But I understood everything else before that word.
Yeah, you're trying to fill in the blanks, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like, I understand that part, but I don't understand that part, but I understand that part.
Yeah. Kind
And,
of put it together and probably make out what they're talking about to a certain degree.
And this person turns towards you and they're like, I will assist you in this matter up until the end, and upon that end, I will not help you any further.
Oh, thank you.
And Drex is like, sometimes you can be a royal pain in the ass. This is my mate. They are from the Feywild, and they are mid-Fey, not an Archfey yet.
Okay.
Cayenne's probably like, oh no. You're in the presence of an actual Fey.
So give a respectful bow.
Giving a respectful bow and keeping my name to myself.
And they just look over each of you, and have like almost like their eyes are very crystalline in nature, and you can see the wild magic in them.
Okay.
And Drex is like, this is Cayenne, this is Nikolai, and this is Scabbard. And they just turn and look at Drex in this very like Could you just seriously give me their names?
Well,
Eye twitch, vein popping up on the side of head.
This being looks at you and just kind of motions their hand, and they're like... And they pull their hands apart, and you can see magic itself, like the actual reality distorting a bit. And you can see like these little glowing orbs floating. And they observe each of them. And they reach out and they grab one, and they just crush it between their fingers, and
Memory wiped out herself.
yeah,
That's dope.
it just destroyed the memory right there, so that they would not remember your guys have any knowledge of your names.
All right.
Sorry about that.
it's fine.
Hey,
Something tells me you kind of already may know the situation more than we do.
I know nothing of your situation. I just know I'm here to assist with your situation.
Oh.
So, do we have our conversation here and now, or are
Look,
we
let's-
going someplace else?
This room is sanctified.
Okay.
Let's-
Well, I'm more worried about the Duke, because he seems to not want to know too much.
Drex is like, I will see myself out. Use my
It's your office.
It's a sanctuary for magic and
Okay.
things. I don't want to know shit, bud. So I'm going to see myself out. I'm going to find myself a nice bench next to a tree and smoke until someone says it's okay to come back to the office.
before you leave, how did you enjoy the herbs that I gave you?
And he walks over to you and he takes both your hands and clasps them between his. And he's like, oh, they were wonderful. I'm going to reach out to some very special contacts in the high wizarding schools to get you a special package.
I appreciate that very much, thank
Of
you.
course, there are wizards who smoke weed.
Of course. Why wouldn't there be?
How else do you come up with half this shit?
Yeah.
I mean, it requires a special type of focus if you're going to be studying that much.
Yeah, dude.
And what better focus than the smokable kind? Just saying.
Study high, take the test high, get high scores.
There you go. That's the logic. That is the
So-
logic.
Drex sees himself out and closes the door, and you look over at the door and you see the seam between the door just disappear. When you see the window, the large double bay window there that oversees the city, just disappear and become solid stone.
Did the pseudo dragon go with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it just feels suddenly very claustrophobic in this room. You can feel the magical arcane energy in the air. And this being, they just kind of put their hands out to their side very gently, and they cross their legs as they sit in the air. Speak.
Okay. Well, apparently we need to deal with a lich.
I'm
I've
just
heard
saying,
that they're bad. We know nothing more about them, really.
It's a little bit more than just a lich there.
I'm not going to deal with your dealings in a lich. That is for a better word, your coil to deal with.
I understand. Just hoping to get some information on how to deal with it.
This is a little bit more of a unique situation in terms of a lich as well. Was a being that used to be a clone that apparently may have used some sort of phylactery to escape being a clone to become a lich.
Highly probable. Likely. Not really, but probable.
Knowing from whom he was copied from, he is very intelligent.
And potentially extremely dangerous.
Your threats are very interesting. It draws my curiosity, but not enough to actually get fully involved. What is it that you need from me, exactly?
We just need to know how to deal with such an entity.
Destroy his elements and his bindings, and destroy the being himself.
What should we be aware of in terms of dangers and threats and such? I've studied a bit on them before, but I don't know enough to really be reliable in that.
They're beings of pure necromancy and destruction, a vile nature and a blight wherever they go. If there is life, it will fall in their presence. They have an insatiable love of the dead, and to bring that death upon anyone that crosses their path, that they don't deem an instrument.
How does one know where their phylacteries are, and how do you destroy them? Because you can't really destroy magical items. This is not a magical item.
They are to a degree a magical item, and they're not hard to miss. They're usually protected by factions, as the Lich doesn't want them destroyed. But be warned that once you destroy one, they will be aware that you destroyed one.
So, what does this phylactery stuff do exactly?
Essentially, if you go after a Lich directly without destroying their elements, they can simply resurrect themselves from any one of these devices to begin anew.
Does that mean it can have multiple?
Yes.
That complicates things.
How long does it take them to make a phylactery?
Years. But they usually make them all in preparation to becoming a Lich. It's a part of their process.
So, just a wild guess, since you know more. Say this Lich had 20 years up to this moment to make phylacteries. How many do you know or think he could have created?
They're very time-consuming and require a lot of action to make. So I would guess they've made 5.
5. Okay. So, would it be reasonable to guess that maybe liches are more concerned about the well-being of their phylactery than themselves?
Of course.
Okay.
If you had elements that bound you to this world that you could use to come back, wouldn't you be considering them a priority over your mortal coil?
Yeah,
It
it
could be
makes perfect
simply
sense to me. That's why I wanted to verify my understanding there. Like, that would be so cool if I could, like, make a thing that just brings me back. That's awesome.
You're selling your soul to the most
You are-
evil of evils.
You are not allowed to do that, and the day you try that is the day I end the last of your lineage, Nikolai.
But do you have to be evil to be a lich?
You kill innocent things to create one of these.
Okay.
You defile the land that they're made on.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I guess that would be very evil, yeah.
Try talking to Osling with that idea and see what happens.
What idea? I was just asking questions. Verifying my understanding. Jeez.
But thinking it's cool to resurrect yourself? Yeah, no, I don't think so.
There are magical items, Cayenne. Well, actually, she doesn't. They don't know your name. There are magical items within this world that allow you to self-resurrect that do not cross into the boundaries of evil.
The only resurrection that I guess I'm approved of is Millum. But that's... Would that be considered a resurrection?
That would technically be considered a
Are you talking?
reincarnation.
Are you talking in character or out of character? With that question.
The question part was out of character.
So you did not speak the character's name. Okay.
They would just modify memory again and...
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have spoke
Okay.
the name in character, no.
No,
'Cause
Technically,
I'm
it's
just
not
trying to figure
resurrection,
out if Millum's situation is considered resurrection or if it's
Reincarnation.
Yeah, reincarnation I think is different from resurrection. Basically, your soul occupies the body of a thing that doesn't have a soul.
Okay. I was trying to figure that whole thing out, whether it was reincarnation or resurrection.
Yeah, it was a true reincarnation.
Okay.
The most stable form of reincarnation, so that you know who you are.
You wish you were there to talk to this person.
At what point in time does muscle memory come?
No,
take over?
isn't Mongo doing this?
He's scrubbing all the cracks. So, do you ask any questions of this person?
Well, I'm trying to think of any more to ask.
What would be aside from radiance, what would prove to be something most effective against a lich?
Killing them very dead after destroying their phylacteries?
I suppose.
In interest of efficiency, I'm thinking, would it be better to find the lich and kill them every single time, keep on hunting them so they don't have enough time to create phylacteries, or go after phylacteries first?
It's not that simple. Once you kill a lich, their body decomposes instantaneously and they're reborn from one of the phylacteries. They could be anywhere within the world, or any of the planes.
If it is easier to find a lich, or easier to find their phylacteries? Considering the lich is more concerned about their phylacteries, I think it would be easier to find the lich than the phylacteries.
And then your plan is revealed to them and they could simply move them to a new location for you to never find them.
But as you said, if you destroy a phylactery, they'll know.
But you have a head start on killing them permanently.
Yeah, you've already taken away one of their lives. Yeah, that's true.
I want to be that one so fucking badly. God damn it.
Would it be wise to collect these phylacteries
Instead of destroying them?
and have them all in one spot?
Not wise. There is a species within the Feywild that you can seek out. If they're problematic to you on the mortal realm, there is a species of squirrel that eats magical items.
Yes! I love that squirrel.
They're one of the few things that can actually devour a phylactery and survive its consequences.
So now we
Is
gotta
it-
weaponize the magic-eating squirrel.
Is it safe for them to do so?
As far as anyone is aware, yes.
Is it safe for something like that to be around us?
No, not really if you have magical items, as they have a compulsive nature of eating magical items. As they have an insatiable hunger of magical items.
So find one, throw the phylactery at them, and they'll eat it. Or bring them to the phylactery.
That's.
You can't put them in a magical cage because they will simply eat their way out.
It would need to be something mundane.
Meaning you cannot even handle the squirrel while wearing any magical items at all.
They might start eating it.
They're one of the few creatures that can eat them out of the object called a bag of holding.
Damn.
But if you put them in a bag of holding, can they eat the bag of holding?
Yes.
Okay. Alright.
Does,
Really bad strategy, and I'm pretty sure it's a dumb idea.
that's probably going to be a last resort idea.
What are these things called?
I already told you what they're called.
Just a squirrel. I didn't think
No,
you...
I gave you a name.
Oh, I didn't remember hearing the name.
Did
Sorry.
you?
I believe I did. Sounds like a nightmare to deal with. Oh, they already know. So
There's a story there.
there is a story.
There is a story there. Yes.
So do you ask anything else, or do you head off? Do you ask him anything, Cayenne? Because it is a fae.
I would most likely ask them on a more concrete way to be able to speak to denizens of the Feywild without having to use the birdhouse as much, because it just sends my message to a random fae. Or if which court would be the best to reach out to.
Okay, so you're asking about, like, how do I talk to someone in the Feywild?
Mm-hmm.
And they produce something in their hands, and they hold it out to you, and it's a leaf, and it's pure gold.
Spar the cat.
I will take that very gently.
Speak into that leaf, and I might respond, or someone of my house might respond.
I thank you very much.
It only has 10 uses, so use them wisely.
Of course.
I do have one more question.
Hmm.
From what we understand, this lich was trying to make clones of other individuals. What are the chances that it could possibly make clones of itself as a lich? If it itself was a clone, but broke that bind.
My theory is that it wouldn't stoop to such levels.
Well, I think we learned all that we can for now.
If it is a clone of a very intelligent being, then it knows the trepidation and issues of making a clone of said powerful being.
Yeah, it seems like it would make more sense to just use the blackberries.
So you're able to finish up the conversation.
Thank them very kindly and generously for their assistance in this, because that's a lot of really good information.
They are a very powerful person, and I did roll very high on your luck on getting that one.
Awesome.
You're like, what's it going?
Do you know if liches have any particular weaknesses to other types of magic or
Just
weapons?
motions to scav.
Radiance, anything that can turn the undead and unholy, brother.
Yeah, but I made that assumption that we knew that. I was talking about other types of magic, like fire or ice or.
Many things are adverse to fire.
I would assume something that can negate magic would be very valuable against a lich.
Also, holy silver will work as well.
I'm sorry?
Holy silver.
Holy silver?
Silver that is blessed by a divine being. Not just a person, but an actual demigod or a god.
So is that better than regular silver, or is silver going to be effective?
What would I know about that?
Much better than silver.
But silver will still be effective.
Not really.
Okay.
What would I know about that, actually?
It's the first time you've actually heard that term.
I could try and commune with Bahamut to learn more about that. I don't know whether or not they'll actually respond. It's entirely up to them. But it's definitely something worth looking into.
Poor Mongo.
You know what?
The family has a really important meeting with a Fae and regarding the
Yeah,
situation.
they didn't even wait for me.
You know what?
Because we're waiting for you to finish your chore.
I bet.
Trying to accomplish something in the lull.
I wager we may be able to find some of that holy silver among Lady Corn's many curiosities.
Possibly. I really can't think of anything else to ask at this time.
Yeah. You're able to finish the meeting and head back to your place to discuss things. And
I'll give her my thanks, of course.
Of course, very much a thing.
And you're able to head off in your own directions if you choose to.
I would probably seek out that blacksmith because I don't know what I can. I know it's magical armor and a magical shield, but I also know they've been neglected for a while. I would seek someone out that would actually know how to properly care for such things.
Okay. Where are you off to, Cayenne?
Probably gonna see if I can find that trapper and hunter that was mentioned earlier, Tindler. If they're busy or away, probably make my way down to, I guess, the shoreline just to, I guess, just sightsee.
Oh, you're,
Decompress and be away from people.
oh, you're so far from the shoreline, it wouldn't be possible to travel there.
Okay.
But you can definitely poke around the actual city in the forest area where it's at.
Yeah, the least amount of people possible is Cayenne's thing.
Where are you off to, Nikolai?
Really just kind of on the way back to the Torrin's inn. Just if anything looks interesting, go in there and check it out. I mean, I'm not particularly looking for anything specific. The places mentioned
do an
don't really
investigation.
ring a bell to Nikolai.
Yeah, do an investigation.
Come on, guys. You're all I'm relying on today, so please don't fuck me.
Cooperate, please.
Okay, so you just chose to flat out just ignore me. 7.
7.
I did offer to bless your dice earlier.
You wander around aimlessly within the streets.
And just get to the
Keep
tavern
the
and start working on
beside
the
table there, bud.
puzzle
Yeah.
house. That's like, if I didn't see anything interesting, that's all you're doing.
You hate for him.
And,
Oh, that's a lot.
Well, he'd ask Ace if he's hungry. Maybe we can find some metal for you.
Okay. So you'd probably head down to the blacksmith as well.
Yeah, probably.
Probably going with
Yeah.
you then.
Yeah.
Do a let's see. Do an investigation, Cayenne.
The 9.
A 9.
Mm-hmm.
You wander around aimlessly as well, apparently.
Yep.
Yep.
And yeah, you wander around pretty aimlessly, but you do find a forested area that's nice and relaxed, and you're like, there's nowhere comfortable to sit here. All the fucking rocks are literally shapes of obsidian.
I'm
Or
gonna
mi-
take my time. I'm gonna take my time looking at said rocks.
yeah, they're
See
beautiful.
if
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna see if there's like any that are small enough that I could potentially take to give to Noodle.
Yeah, that's easy enough. Go ahead and just do an investigation. You can take 10 or 15 because you're looking. You get to the blacksmith eventually, and then eventually you hear talking, and you can see that it's Nikolai and Ace that eventually join you there.
Hello, Ace. Hello, brother.
Metal?
I don't need to take time on that because that was a natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
The rule says thank you.
Damn, okay.
Maybe it's another obsidian scale, obsidian dragon scale. There we go.
God. Bank.
Bank.
So,
Easy cat.
I don't need to ask you what you're doing. You're cleaning.
Reminiscing.
Yeah.
I mean, the other priest is there. You could talk with them, right?
With her.
I didn't know.
Probably humming some songs as Careless Whiskers as he cleans.
Practicing.
Sea shanty.
Yeah, that's right. You said you were going to do that. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Yeah.
Yeah. But you get to the last stud blacksmith.
Yeah, you said you were going to try to entice Humphrey to talk. She shanties might help.
And it really looks like an upgraded barn more than an actual construction type of place.
You know, some of the most inconspicuous places can surprise you. Walk over, knock on it. Hello?
And you look at where he's knocking, you can see that the door is actually open, and you see a sign saying there, "Open, please come in."
I know, it's still polite.
I mean, yeah, you could do that while you're just walking in as I walk in and point at the sign.
And you guys head in, and you see the blacksmith that's actually there working, and there's soot everywhere. And this blacksmith comes over to you, and there's another blacksmith working there as well. And this blacksmith is actually a rather large female centaur.
Okay.
And she comes over, and she's like, "The fucking hells?" She grabs you and picks you up by your armor, and she looks at you, and she's like, "A fucking gemstone kobold. You know, your skills would be beautiful on that weapon."
I laugh. Please don't do that to my brother.
And she moves you out of the way of her line of sight, and she's like, "That fucking mouse just spoke to me."
Yeah,
it just
hello.
drops you from where you're up in the air.
Okay.
And it's
I'm gonna try and land.
and she's like 6 feet tall.
Try and land.
Dex. And she goes over to you, and she's like,
The hell is that? Oh.
"Pike!" And this obsidian wolf comes over, and they have a bandana on because they've been working in here, and they're covered. You can't tell that they're covered in soot because they're black.
Question:
Yeah,
Is that a save?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
And this,
That's a 28.
and they come over, and they're like, "You're not delusional." I was hoping not.
My name is Ian.
Has a fucking name too. Jesus criminy.
And this is my steel defender, Ace.
Hands off, fucker, or I'm going to turn you into something. And Ace just puts his hands in his pockets.
He has been informed quite well not to just randomly grab metal stuff to eat it. But I am here for that purpose. Do you have some interesting metals he can enjoy?
Yeah, all the fucking failures that this one has made.
Okay. What would it cost me?
Oh shit. Well, you're willing to pay for it. Alright, cool. And this centaur, they're tan from being in front of the forge all the time, but they have soot all over them. Their hair is up in a braid. And you can see there's all these various brands that they have on them, not from actual branding themselves, but actually touching themselves with metal here and there.
Burn scars.
Yeah.
Not quite brands.
That was the 57th time I learned
Not to
don't
touch,
touch the glowing metal.
Man, getting burn scars hurt.
And despite this, she's rather attractive, but she's definitely been working in the forge for a while. She's like, "Yeah, we got a whole heaping amount. It'll cost per pound 10 silver."
Is Nikolai gonna work his mojo on her?
So
Maybe.
Nikolai understands forging to a degree, and he understands that certain mistakes can be reworked, and probably that's what a lot of blacksmiths do. Does he understand that that's a good deal, or are they trying to
Insight.
get too much?
Who's your charisma on her?
Right.
Add
What was your roll?
notch to your wrench.
Oh,
She didn't tell me. You land on your feet, and you almost stumble backwards, but you catch yourself because you almost sit into the open forge. You just feel it on the very tip of your tail, the heat.
Oh, that's warm.
Another low roll dice. You are failing me.
What was it?
It's just a 10.
Seems like a good deal.
Is that a good deal? All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. How much do you want, Ace?
Ace is
Using the
like,
whole sign language stuff.
he's like, motions to his hands in his pockets for good behavior.
I'm gonna buy you some metal, buddy. How much do you want?
He's like,
You can take your hands out of your pockets to inform me what you want. There.
he gives a
Good
thumbs
sir.
up.
Just 1 pound?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get you a couple pounds.
Something for on the go.
Yeah. Is it okay for my friend here to pick and choose what he would like to?
They look over, what did I say the obsidian wolf's name was?
Pike,
Pike, yes.
if that's the person that responded.
Yeah. And the centaur's like, Yo, Pike, go show him your rubbish and decide what you want to get rid of first. And Pike's like, motions to Ace and
I'm on Ace's shoulder and
there's like this big like miner's cart full of just like rubbish.
just trashed.
And they
metal.
go over to like this scale and they start they take a pound weight and put it on there and they start putting like rummaging through it what can be salvaged and putting it on there and weighing it.
Okay. Yeah, pick what you want there, Ace. If he picks 10 pounds, I don't care. He picks 10
Yeah.
pounds. It's just a goal.
And the centaur turns towards you and is like, "What can I do you for?"
Well,
Strange folk.
this armor of mine and this shield were something that my father made a long time ago. They are magical in nature, but they also have been neglected for a long time. And I'm not exactly sure how to care for something like this.
So you come in here looking for a full restoration of them to make them all pretty?
More so to learn how to properly take care of them.
And you hear Pike finally speak up. It's a fairly gruff, like, growly type of voice there. Looks like shit, treat it like shit, wear it like shit. Pike has a good point. I mean...
Yeah, it was your father's.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be...
Whoa! Whoa, hold on, wait. You're gonna disgrace your father's memory by fixing up his gear that he passed on
That's
to
what
you?
I was thinking.
Whoa, you're an asshole! If I was in the
didn't know
field
those
and my father gave me some gear and said, "Hey, go out there, little maiden, and pick a fight and wear this armor as it is," I would wear that so proudly. I wouldn't touch a single rivet on it.
That's fair. I just didn't know how to properly handle the situation, and technically it wasn't given to me. It's inherited.
That's given, brother.
True.
Shit. And they start saying something in another language you can't understand, and like swearing or something like that. Like, just wear it with pride; it'll hold up.
It's magical. It's not going to break anymore.
Look. There's certain magical items, from what I understand from my mentor, that's long dead, rest his soul, and the wizards that come through here. Certain magical items that have an affinity for a family bloodline. The more you care for them, the more they'll attune to you and be magical in that nature. The more you try to change them, the more that stuff's gonna go south.
Makes sense. Because, like, if they're like tied to the bloodline, then yeah, you should respect them.
And Pike's like, I once saw a magical device crush its wearer because they didn't respect it. It was delicious. I mean, terrible. That's why I like you, Pike.
Well, there is one other thing that I do have that my brother here managed to break. I don't know how he managed to break it. I kind of forgot. It's been a while.
And that stupid ballista. Dude, it was barely put together by kobolds that don't know what the hell they're doing.
How the fuck you managed to break a magical ballista is beyond me, brother.
That I'm impressed with.
It was barely magical, if it was magical. It was like lightly enhanced.
I don't think I ever identified it.
All I know is
No,
that...
neither of us did. We
Didn't
never
get a
had
chance
time to. We just used it.
I do still have its parts. I will pull them from the bag of holding.
The ballista.
The broken mad jolt.
They're just looking over the parts. They're like, Pike. Pike's like, you want me to do this or do you want me to do that? Well, fair point. You carry on. Get along. So, is this pile of shit you want me to refunction into something that's actually functional?
If possible. I don't know if it is, but I'm assume.
They grab one of the irons from the forge, and it's actually a little bit red towards the top where they grab it, and you're like, fuck. And they just start
I
poking
mean, they're
around.
made out of obsidian. It probably doesn't burn them very much.
It's not the obsidian wolf, it's the...
Oh, that's right. The Obsidian Wilson is working with.
Yeah,
Nick
and she's
Ryan.
poking around through the pieces, and she's like, minimum 150 gold pieces to even start on this kind of shit show of a project.
I think it's something that we could still potentially use.
Yeah, if we have time.
You know, you might be better off going and talking to the actual wizards, one of the arcane tinkers type of people, because they got this collapsible ballista thing. It's really cool. It's been designed exclusively up here, mainly to ward off evil dragons.
Tell me more.
That could be
Turn
extremely
around.
useful.
It looks like your table's going to tip over there.
But a single bolt for that thing ain't a cheap little penny. Usually starts about, 250 platinum per shot.
Who designed it? You know?
That was the Duke of the Farpoint that designed it.
The Duke of the Farpoint?
Yes.
Their name?
Oh, what was their name? Hi, Pike. And Pike's like, I'm getting really irritated with you right now. Oh, get ready for this one. Pike's like, that's, Madame Matrigo.
Madame Matrigo? So the
And-
Duchess of the Farpoint.
Yeah, don't get on her bad side. She's the rather large silver dragon.
Yeah, I don't like to get on anybody's bad side.
Yeah, she's currently married to the Duke of the Farpoint. He's the leader of the Obsidian Wolves, as you call yourselves, whatever you call yourselves. I don't know.
Now what is his name?
Let me grab that for you. You're like, wait, what? Tom's head's spinning over there currently.
I always wondered what had happened.
For a second, I thought he was about to just drop again like earlier.
Buddy.
That was hilarious.
His pudge is causing him to fall. Let me grab the name of that.
Water's not good enough for you, buddy? I did get it from the water dispenser, not the sink. No, you can't have my water.
That is Duke Keeper.
Keeper?
That was pretty great. He did the walk of shame.
Tom's like, oh my god.
Collapsible ballista.
So we could pick up that.
And it still wouldn't be good enough for you.
No, that.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He sees his
Getter.
reflection.
No.
Hello, Mr. Cheese. So, Cayenne,
Meow.
you're kind of looking around for these stones. And while you do find some of the, really beautiful stones, and some of them even have glow to them, you rummage around in some of the vines and leaves from the foliage,
You know I'm not there.
and you dig around a little bit in the mud, and you pull something out.
I know. We all know
And-
the bone for ballistas.
It has some cracks in it and might need Mongo's mending, but it is a obsidian pan flute.
That's so cool.
Fuck, alright.
I will take that with me. But I definitely still want to find a stone for Noodle.
You've actually found about 3 of them, and a few of them are actually seem to feel like they're magical in nature.
Awesome. I'm putting those in a separate pocket of holding with my dry goods, and I'm putting the pan flute in one of my more secure pockets.
And I know Cayenne would love to visit this blacksmith.
hmm
I'm still cleaning.
So yeah, Noodle's with you.
Yeah.
He's actually asleep in a pocket right now.
I'm going to slip those gems in the pocket with him as carefully as I can. Because I don't want to wake him up. He'd be mad.
Yeah, you got Ace some food, so just go back to the inn and work on that puzzle. Wait for Mongo to get there.
Yeah,
Share
as
the
you guys
information.
head out, y'all come back now.
Definitely.
Thank you.
There's actually an individual we'll probably send your way that you might enjoy their company of.
Oh,
Someone that we know. Another centaur.
well, shit. Pike, I think we're gonna need to bust out the tea.
She might get a kick out of this place.
I see you turning red over there.
Considering I bought a gallon of sweet tea from Chicken Express and it didn't last 3 days.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
And that's actual Southern tea, so it's more sugar than anything else.
It's more like syrup that's flavored like tea.
That's Georgia sweet tea.
Oh, okay.
We would take like one of those big gallon pitchers, and half of it would just be sugar, the rest would just be hot water.
Oh
So,
my god.
how much longer are you guys gonna stay in this town? Like, legitimately, one more day?
I'd like
I'm
a chance to
gonna
look
say
around.
however long it takes Mongo to completely finish
Yeah,
all
so
the cleaning.
we could
I
probably
don't know
leave in
how
the
long
morning.
that's gonna take.
I know Mongo would want to look around.
So give him that luxury. Let her
Yeah.
meet the other
Yes.
centaur.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still
leave
thinking
in
like,
the evening probably of
So-
the next day.
We're
Yeah.
gonna jump back from the timely Wimley stuff. It's you come back, you're exhausted from this. You're just enjoying the pie, and Noodle discovers the very precious stones, and immediately just looks at him and just like comes over and holds one up to you, Mongo. And as you take it from Noodle, you can feel it vibrating with arcane magic.
Where'd you find this?
I actually found 3 stones when I was out in the forest when Noodle was with me, and I wanted to give him these stones. I also found this really awesome pan flute made of this obsidian. It needs some mending though.
Do you hand it over to Mongo?
I'll show it to Mongo, yeah. I'll hand it to him.
You take the obsidian flute, and you can use mending on it, but you can feel like deep inside of it there is magical energy.
Oh, maybe not so much using that mending right now.
Yeah.
You can take the time for the rest of the night and use Arcana on it to mend it correctly and restore the magic.
Would it take less time if Nikolai helped?
It would be strictly Mongo on this.
Okay.
I would actually hold on to the parts for the mad jolt. Check out that Tinker's place. Maybe they might be able to use their hands.
Tinker's place.
The one that told us about the collapse of ballistas.
Yeah, you would have to have Mongo go there.
Since I just got back, it's already midnight. I'm pretty tired. I would probably try to fix it in the morning
Okay.
when I'm refreshed.
We're going to go ahead and... so, basically, you guys tuck in for the night.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Totally tell Cayenne about that barn.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Tell her about it.
So there's this really interesting place, Cayenne, that you may actually enjoy. A blacksmith that's apparently owned and operated by a centaur and obsidian wolf. They built it out of a barn on the far side of the town, and you might actually get a kick out of them. Rather kind individuals.
Did you get the name of the centaur while you were there?
You did not.
I did not get the name of the centaur, but I did get the name of the obsidian wolf. Their name was Pike.
That's a great name.
When we mentioned that there was someone who might enjoy their company, they did say something about tea.
Oh boy.
But
I'll definitely pop by and visit.
Oh yeah, she seemed absolutely ecstatic about the possibility of meeting another centaur.
Yeah, the blacksmith, all she was wearing was a leather apron, nothing else.
So like Elgris.
So, with that, you guys tuck in for the night, get comfy, let sleep blow you off. And, Cayenne, please roll me a will or a wisdom check.
Is this a check or save?
It's not your roll.
Lucky.
I know, but if
Lucky
anyone's
number
within my
13.
vicinity,
13.
anyone within my vicinity, they get a +3. It depends on if it's a save or not, though.
It has nothing to do with you.
Okay.
As you're asleep, you find yourself standing in a misty, ankle-deep marsh. And the trees are almost made of crystalline constellations.
Oh no.
And as you're standing there, through the mist as it's going past, you see a much larger, ghostly type of centaur standing there. And then as you blink a little bit to process it, she's gone. And you're realizing who that might actually be.
Got a couple of guesses, but unsure.
Yep. Oh, fun times. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break for 30 minutes, get some food in us, and then come back and pick right back up. We hope to see you soon.
This is getting...
That button. Yes, that button works.
Oh, also, I'm going to change the subclass.
Ooh.
Because I haven't done that for a while.
What?
Changing the subclass.
Ah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. I think things got really screwed up there. I'll have to check.
You don't know that.
I think we were actually live during that whole issue.
No. We weren't.
So, jumping back into the session, it's the next day. The party is heading off in various directions once again. Oh, you're mending and doing Arcana. Please roll me 2 Arcana checks. And I'm sure you're taking your time on this.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You know what I'm doing?
Huh.
Box. Card.
Box and a card. Okay. Also, are you going to identify the chicken cube?
Spar the cat.
Do I identify the chicken cube? I'm a little concerned about it.
Oh, if you want to. I think it's just
Feisty
chicken.
gives you the big giant cat eyes.
I will take it out of the bag of holding.
So that's
The room instantly permeates with the smell of it.
I'm identifying the chicken cube.
Cut a big chunk off for Feisty to have.
Okay, so
For
that first
breakfast.
Arcana, 25.
All right.
Excellent.
$11 for the second.
Okay. So you take your time.
I don't know if that's counting in his fucking thing.
It only works with saves.
No. And you repair this flute, and you repair the magic because you are in a magical city, so there's magic aplenty to pull from. And and you see Mongo as he's doing this. He reaches out and he seems to grab things from the aether. And you can see the fabric of actual magic coming in as he begins to repair this, weaving the magic back into this instrument. And you see the cracks and the chips that are missing from the set mend themselves. But even after it's mended, it still looks rough around the edges. You begin to identify it. Do you invite Cayenne to the identification? Mm-hmm. Okay. You join in on the identification and the familiar feeling of, transportation to a memory of this. Is of a pitch black satyr that's marching across this wondrous land, and they have this flute. And they begin to play the flute as they march across the land, and the leaves around them, or the brush around them, rustles a bit, and you see ghostly versions of their clan following with them, and then at that moment you realize what it is. It will summon spectral beings of your clan to join with you into combat as long as you're playing the instrument.
Call upon your ancestors to fight.
And
against
you're
it.
back into the room, and it's like you
dope.
understand what this item can do.
Holy shit.
We all need to learn how to play this so we can fuck Mustache Rook over with the people he fucked over.
And you have to continuously play it to do the summon.
Yeah. Right, well, everybody's parents can get some jabs in there and then hand it over to the next kid.
Cayenne found it. Cayenne found it, and Mongo mended it. I think those are the only two who would be allowed to use it.
So, you identify the chicken cube next. Now the Cayenne is like, I love this thing. It's so...
It's pretty fucking dope.
I'm morbidly curious about what I've been carrying around in this bag.
Oh, the cloth that you had wrapped the chicken in,
Completely
is,
saturated.
you can wring it out into a bucket at this point.
Oh.
The fabric fibers themselves are almost translucent.
Now that we've all identified the chicken cube,
Who's all joining in on this?
Mongo?
Oh, you're
the
pulling
hell is
another
this
card.
thing?
I'm pulling out a card.
now we all take a level, or adjust our alignment.
You identify the chicken cube, and You see this gnomish wizard. Their hat is oversized. Their eyes barely peeking out under it. They have this massive beard that just drags between their feet and underneath their robes. And they hold up a drumstick, and they're like, "Success!" And they're standing before this majestic cube. And they cut a chunk of it off, and the smell permeates the room instantly. And they're like, "Ah, yes, it's all. Now to test the theory." And they put it into a cart. And they cut another chunk of it off, and they eat it and pass it off to their familiar, which happens to be this giant bagel tiger, where the colors are inverted on it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Crazy.
Black tiger with orange stripes.
Yeah, and
That's actually kind of cool. Freaky, but cool.
and they roll this cart out, and you see there's all these chicken coops, and the chickens are all outside, roaming around, doing their foraging and stuff. And they give another piece of the chicken to the tiger, and they're like, "Now to test the hypothesis of the forever comfort meal." And they roll it over in the direction of the chickens, and the chickens fly off, hit the cube, and are instantly pulled into it, and you can start seeing it regenerate. And another chicken flies into it, and it starts to regenerate again, and another one flies into it and starts regenerating until eventually the entire cube is restored.
So as long as we don't eat the whole cube, we can restore it with chickens.
This is kind of a crazy thought, but what happens if a chicken or a crow were to go into there?
Have a chicken problem? Put the cube into space.
What would happen if a chicken Aracora got too close?
That's what Scavert said.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh no!
Like, what if we were to accidentally, put this in an area where there is a chicken Aracora?
Tom looks like he's hurt.
There's different breeds. So what happens if you get all of them in area and just?
Well, from what
Is
it
that going
seems
to affect the flavor and the aroma?
From what I
they're
understand,
still chickens.
from what I understand, the chickens were willingly running into it.
No, they were being pulled into it.
They were being sucked into it.
Oh no!
Like a vortex.
That's worse.
This is not awesome. This is a wondrous magical item.
Were they essentially
Worst
being,
question
party
yet.
swallowed?
No, they were hitting it and just melting into it.
So they were turning into instant mysterious wall chicken.
Yes.
What if you're polymorphed into a chicken and come within vicinity?
You might be fucked.
Yes, polymorph mustache working the chicken, and then pull the cube out.
Remind me never to use my mask.
This can only be restored once a month. Ironically, on the day of a full moon.
Okay, which one?
All three of them have to be full.
Oh, okay. So there's a time in a month where all three of them are full.
Yeah.
But what if you have a version of lycanthropy that basically turns you into a were chicken?
I guess you're going to be clucking out of luck.
Find out.
And you're all sitting in the room with this knowledge of this crazy gnome that created this chicken cube.
They had to have been an omnomancer.
They were a wizard. Did you not hear her?
It's a wizard. Yeah, a wizard. A food wizard. A wizard that's a foodie.
I don't know how to deal with
I
this
don't
information.
understand.
I really
I-
fucking don't.
Last
This is
game-
both amazing and terrifying.
Last game, you're like, alright, it's a giant cube of chicken. This game, what the actual fuck?
Oh no, what is it?
The chicken. How
Oh.
it does things. Tom looks like he just broke.
This is a very valuable thing that we have. We should treat it with respect and care. How much is left? The spice has been tearing into this thing.
There's an entire corner missing of it.
Oh, fuck, there's still so much left.
But the problem with this is that as it gets to the final piece, that the air literally becomes to become a cloud of chicken flavoring and seasoning and smell.
Yes.
Like a
This
toxic
thing is
cloud.
Awesome.
Huh. I'll cut a piece off for everybody. I'll even set some
the
aside.
more that is gone,
the more pungent it gets. Which makes sense the way she was describing it. Every time somebody would encounter it, it was just more of it was gone.
I will set some aside for our two dwarf friends. So that way they can make
And the
something.
more flavorful that the actual pieces become that you cut off, and the more juicy they are, and it's like...
For,
So this is this weird ass bell
I'm
curve
with
where it just
Sparta
goes
on
up.
this.
It's like, fucking awesome. And then
pure horror material.
give
So
everybody
if you
their
get
share.
to like the last portion, could you actually like weaponize it?
against chickens, yeah. Oh, with the gas cloud of chicken smell. Oh my god. That would
Imagine someone being allergic
that would be
to chickens.
so obscuring. Jesus.
No, seriously though, imagine someone being allergic to chickens. How deadly this could be.
Imagine if we get to that point and one of her shrooms happens to be by. Then he farts like 2 months later and just that chicken aroma.
So strong. it
Behold,
kills you.
the last cluck. No clucks given.
I will put this away and be like, this is very useful. Let's take good care of this.
There are times I hate the fact that I come up with
So,
fucking questions.
You pull the
like
card
this.
out.
Huh?
You dug this hole, you
I
guys.
fucking know I did.
You pull out this card, and you look at it, and it's just a stone of brick.
A brick of stone?
And then the card dissipates, and you hear... You guys nearly panic as you hear this hit the ground, and you feel the ground shake a little bit. As this, like, brick, like, normal brick shape size, you know?
Okay,
But
so
bigger.
rectangular
Block
stone.
of brick just hits the ground in front of you.
How big is it?
It is probably about that, by that, by that.
Okay, I have stone. What kind am I able to identify the stone?
It looks like generic stone.
Like granite or
No, you don't want to take this for granted.
Like basic rock.
Do you have Ace go pick it up for you?
well, I want to identify it. So I know what type of rock it is, see if it is of any use to me.
Ralph, no! It seems like a mundane stone, but there's something odd about it. You can't really place what's odd about it.
Okay. Even with identify?
Yeah.
Huh. Is Mongo still running his identify?
No, this is afterwards.
Okay. Huh. Alright. Hey Ace, will you help me get this in the bag, please?
Ace goes over. He tries to pick it up. He can't pick it up. Have Cayenne try.
Hey Cayenne, can you move this rock? Ace can't move it.
Diane will stomp in and try to pick it up for him.
You don't even have to roll for it. You reach down, you try to pick up this rock. It doesn't budge.
I ain't picking that up. Sorry. Walks
Like-
off.
And you see it just sink a little bit more into the dirt.
Hey Mongo,
Yes?
want to help me with trying to identify this rock? There's something about it, and it can't be moved.
Usually you have to pick things up to move them.
Yes. Neither Cayenne nor Ace can move it.
Holy fuck, what's it made of?
I have no idea.
Can the two of you lift it together? I mean, how fucking dense is this thing?
Would
Oh
have to be
Christ, did you just get a fucking block of dark matter?
Ace looks at you, Cayenne, and motions to the rock, and you both try to like grab a corner and lift it. It doesn't budge.
Alright.
Seems
Do I detect
like
anything
you
weird
pulled
about this?
Another, or just a junk item, especially if it can't be picked up. Seems
Well, if
pretty useless to me.
If it can't be picked up, that means it's more than just junk.
Do you want to identify it? Okay.
Yeah.
Roll your
We'll
Arcana.
work together.
Roll Arcana with advantage.
Oh, he is doing it? Okay, that's fine.
You can do it.
You can do it.
25.
Nice.
25. You go into this and you see the memory that's attached to it, and you see a wizard talking to a bard and a barbarian, and they're like, "So you built a stone that the barbarian can throw?" Yep. None of us can move it. Yep. How do you move it? Well, you need to say the magic phrase. Well, what's the magic phrase? I don't remember. So you're saying that this stone can't be moved, and you need a magic phrase to make it lighter again, but you don't remember the actual phrase. Yup. Then what use is it? It would be funny if someone trips over it. Well, maybe someday someone will discover what the magic phrase is. And then you're back in the room.
Did I notice?
Usually Identify will give you the keywords.
Did I notice any similarities between this wizard
No,
and the gnome?
none.
Damn!
Completely different group.
I was just gonna say, it's like
Wasn't
maybe.
part of the identify, but maybe the 3 words I don't remember might be helpful.
I don't remember.
You try to move it and it doesn't move at all. It actually feels heavier.
I do remember?
It gets heavier.
Oh god, every time you fuck up the phrase it gets heavier.
Is it like burrowing into the earth?
It's
moving.
making a small crater.
You know, Mongo, apparently there's a group of tinkering wizards here that might be able to figure that out.
Diane's gonna ask, so how are you supposed to move this thing?
You need a magic word, and the guy that created it apparently doesn't remember what the magic word is.
Was there anything special about the guy?
What did we pick up? Yeah,
It was a tabaxi wizard.
it's a backseat wizard. Fuck, we're fucked. It could be some type of random string of insane words.
Did they work with anybody?
I don't remember in Tabaxi.
It doesn't budge and it tilts a little bit.
What if we were to get someone to dispel magic upon us?
You know from the fact of like how this is enchanted that all that excessive force would blow outwards.
Yeah, that's not going to work, brother.
Okay.
So, Cayenne, I'm assuming you're heading off to the blacksmith.
Yes, because her question of was the wizard working with anyone else to create this was not answered, so she's just gonna leave.
He just spoke to it was the bard, right?
Bard, yep.
Yeah,
And
A
it was a
grunt.
bard.
It was a grun bard.
A grung bard.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Do they
And-
croak their songs?
And a barbarian.
And a but I didn't get that the barbarian was there.
The barbarian was there.
Yeah, the bard asked, so you made a brick for the barbarian to throw.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that the barbarian was there. Okay. What was the race of the barbarian? Was it identifiable?
The race of the barbarian. Let me grab that for you. I'm gonna randomly generate that too.
Diane just wanted to know, like, what class the wizard was working with, because if it was a barbarian, she would have just used the words, I want to rage. But that opportunity was missed as she's already leaving.
Yep. The barbarian was a turtle.
Barbarian portal.
Fuck yeah.
Know nothing about him.
So Cayenne heads off to go to the blacksmith.
Tabaxi wizard. a grown bard and a barbarian tool. The rock
Walk
was made.
into a bar.
The rock was made for the turtle. Yeah, I have no fucking clue.
Here, yeet this.
It sinks a little bit further.
I don't know what. I guess we tell the keepers that what happened and let them know that they can have the rock if they figure it out. But I'm sorry.
Well, there is
Can't you
also,
get your bag of holding over it?
I could try that.
Cayenne, you eventually do find your way to the blacksmith, and you head
I
in.
need your help. with
And
that one,
you
too,
do see the
Bongo.
centaur. She is
Apparently,
there,
I'm
and she's
supposed to be
working.
these individuals with another wizard present, but there are wizard tinkers here that
I'll
may be
just-
able to actually
I'll
figure
say
that out.
greetings.
She turns around
I'm
and she's
also
like,
trying to seek them out because
"Holy
maybe
shit
that's
on a
what
shingle,
they
and
can enjoy.
wow,
If not,
it's another
apparently
centaur.
they have something that could be
Look
very
at
useful.
that, Pike."
I fucking forgot.
And Pike
about
looks
that.
over.
Right.
Did it break into chunk?
Confirmed.
Pretty much
Centaur.
is impressive how he did it.
Hello, Pike.
And
Couldn't we just get a new
this
one?
centaur walks over to
But
you and
that's
just
the thing.
punches you in the shoulder as hard as
Definitely
possible as a
gonna
greeting.
have them prepared and it has one.
For 27 to hit.
And even while we're there, we can ask them about well,
27 points of damage?
No, to hit.
they may be able to fix
Oh,
that broken
I thought you said
fireball
27
thing
points
you
of
have.
damage. Jesus fuck, that's a
Because we
hard
can fix like
punch.
magical stuff here.
That would take most of
Might
my
not be a
hit
bad thing to
points.
check out.
And 9 points of damage.
Ow.
I'll take the 9.
You feel your arm go a little bit numb from this, and she's like, "Hey, how you doing? Let me get the tea for us."
I'm doing very well. It's nice to meet you. My brothers told me to come here to meet with you.
I'm so happy. I mean, we have hospitality here for other centaurs. We don't get too many of them up here in the cold lands. But you're here. I'm going to celebrate that. And she comes out with this tea, and you can hear it sloshing in this pitcher that she has presented. And she pours you a glass, and it's almost like pouring a slushy because of how thick it is.
Damn.
That works.
And she just gets lemons, and she doesn't cut the lemons. She just tears them in half and drops them into the the thing, and holds it out to you.
I'll take it. I've seen someone actually rip a lemon in half like that before.
It's terrifying.
It is. Especially when the juice goes everywhere.
So, what brings you up here to Orith? You don't look like you're from around here. You're too tan.
Actually here for business. We needed to find the Grand Archdruid to perform a ritual in I cannot believe I forgot the name of the town.
No.
You look out the corner as you're talking to her. You see out the corner of your eye, in one of the reflections,
Omeron.
of the a piece of armor that's there, and you can see the centaur staring back at you. But when you look in that direction, it's gone.
You're being watched by
You
the
shut up.
Australian Aurelia.
You ain't here. You shut up.
So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I'll try to stretch my bag of holding around the rock.
You give that a shot. I'll go talk to these. Whatever he's on about.
Yeah, you put the bag of holding over it, and you try to, and you pause for a moment as you feel pushback on it that it would destroy your bag of holding from the sheer amount of weight.
Okay, this thing ain't going anywhere. Don't.
Okay, that ain't gonna work.
Well, Nikolai, Mongo and I are gonna go see those wizard tinkers. They might be able to figure that
What
out.
wizard tinkers are you talking about?
The ones that the blacksmiths told us about. I guess like they're magical wizard people that deal with magical stuff. I don't know. But
It's very good scav magical people deal with magical stuff.
Look,
The
they might be able to figure
blacksmith looks at you and
that out. And they might be able to fix
she's
some
like,
other things that we have.
I'm
What are you
not
talking
very
about?
good at cooking, as I prefer to just basically throw a hunk
you
of
talking
meat
about the
in
people
the
who fix the
forge and let
toaster?
it cook that way.
The one that
But I
has the
tried my
dragon one.
very
Yeah,
best
the
to actually make you some strawberry biscuit
can't
scones.
just go there.
And she holds up these scones, and you can see that they're a little
There's
charred.
the wizard's closet here, so I
Yeah.
think that's the place.
That's
to go.
And they're more of a hard bread than anything.
Yeah, maybe somebody at the wizard's closet. I'll tell them about
that actually.
Torin about this.
I'm
Let them
gonna-
know that we're going to try to
I'm
fix
gonna
it.
reach
But
into
if we can't,
basically
it's
my
yours if you
food
can figure
pocket
it out.
and give her some of the berries
We'll
that
make
I
it
have
look like
left
a-
over.
Really cool table.
And
I think
she
eventually
takes them
we'll
and
just
she
end up
eats a
under the
few of them, and she's like, "Oh, these are
Because it's getting lower
delicious."
every time.
And
It's
They came from
digging
my
a hole to
mother's
put something new there, I guess.
atrium. These were some of the berries that I harvested that were still decent while I restored the rest of the bushes.
Pike comes over and towers above you and is looking at you and just sniffing the air a little bit. He picks up one of the biscuits and bites into it, and you can hear the loud crunch of it. And the blacksmith looks up at Pike. Where are your manners? We have a guest. They eat first. And Pike is like, they pull out a cloth and they spit all the biscuit back into it and hold it in front of him, just waiting.
I'll eat one of the biscuits.
Oh, you can feel that it's hard. It's like hardtack biscuit.
Oh no.
I've made hardtack before.
And you can probably dip it in the tea to soften it a little bit.
That's what you do.
I'm going to basically bite and break and take a swig of tea at the same time.
Alright.
That'll just make it easier.
And you, as you're eating it, you realize that in the cooking process that she accidentally used salt instead of sugar.
Oh god.
Oh.
That's not gonna taste good or be good for you.
This is fine.
And she's looking at you and she's like, is it good?
They're not bad at all.
It's way
Oh.
more salty than I
I
expected.
would recommend a little more sugar than salt.
I barely
But
used
still
any
really good.
salt in the recipe. I followed it exactly.
God, I just feel my mouth
That's
dry
different.
out. Thinking about shit.
I just literally a pinch of salt to make it taste better. And then I put in the recommended 2 tankards of sugar.
Got those reversed.
I'm confused how the salt would overtake that much sugar. Like, this is the player. This is the player talking. Like,
She
I don't
accidentally
know.
reversed the sugar and the salt.
Oh. So 2 tankards of salt and a pinch of sugar.
Sugar. Yeah.
Yeah. The berries have been dried
Cured.
out. Poor Cayenne's like, I'm just using this tea to counteract the amount of salt.
It's nowhere near as bad as that apple.
Probably not, actually. It
Feisty
probably
had-
tastes sweet.
Feisty got the worst of that apple.
Oh yeah.
So, you guys head off to the wizard place.
Yeah, I will speak to Torin and what's her name?
Hero?
Uriel.
Uriel. Yeah, Uria. About the rock problem.
Yeah.
I'll explain to him. So I'll go. Is Torin there at the front? Torin, a moment, please.
Sure. Is everything okay?
Sort of, but not. I apologize. So I have this handy thing. It's called a junk drawer.
He looks very perplexed.
I show him the box of cards. This allows me to randomly pull out stuff once a day. Some of these things are magical, some of these things are mundane. Well, it turns out that one of the things that I pulled out was some type of rock that's magical, that is extremely heavy, cannot be moved by anybody, and is actually so heavy that it's sinking into the floor inside the room.
Ariel's like, oh, no need. It adds character.
I was just going to say, we're going to see what we can do to figure out anything about it, but if we can't, it's yours to keep if you can figure it out. I'm sorry.
Sure. It adds character.
In the middle of
Cayenne,
the floor.
the blacksmith looks at you and is like, so, what is your story? You're here in my home, so I must ask, what is your story?
It's a conversation piece for anybody that rents the room. Like, what the fuck is this rock? They go pick it up.
Not much to tell outside of being from a really small town and growing up as a sibling to my brothers who you met earlier. I had an interest in everything druid related ever since I was little. Fought a bullet, exploded it into nature, which was definitely one of the oddest things I've experienced. Found out who my mother and father actually were, which was terrifying. Found out I had a lost twin sister who is also a druid but prefers the necromancy circle, while I follow the circle of blood myself.
Oh, so you're partially a barbarian. I'm guessing you love to bathe in the blood of your enemies. From my personal experience, it soothes the skin and makes it extra soft.
I have walked into a few towns after fighting, drenched in the life of my enemies, and I may have eaten the heart of an archmage.
That wasn't just the most fucking
He was a terrible person.
thing to say ever.
Very creepy, and I don't think I'll ever be able to forget them. Makes kind of hard to with the scars.
Well, to be fair, the scars are quite beautiful.
Thank you.
Scars don't tell our stories. The more we have, the more beautiful we are, in my opinion.
I never looked at it that way. I've only encountered a few centaurs in my lifetime. A few of them actually knew both of my parents. Gunnar, however, likes to call me Keggy.
Well, I shall call you Keggy as well.
The centaur's flirting with another centaur.
But outside of that, I passed one of my first Archdruid tests, and I'm meant to take another. And I'm kind of a little on edge about this Archdruid, as I'm not very experienced with things that are related with astral anything.
And Pike looks over. Isn't that where you're out of your body and you're dead? And the blacksmith looks over. Well, I suppose you have to die to take the test. Well, that's awkward.
I surely hope not. I met the Grand Archdruid's daughter, and she was spooky to say the least.
Well, I'm sure you will do fine in this test. I have no words of encouragement for you, dearie.
It's okay. I think I need to do a little more research, as the last Archdruid I went against, Perlea's Song, it was, definitely more about wit than my abilities.
Huh.
Granted, there were tests over my abilities. Infusing one of my favorite spells with wild magic, though, that was not something I expected.
Was it interesting, at least?
A halfling got turned into street pizza.
That's beautiful.
Apparently they were the servant of a noble, and their task was just to get coffee.
Well,
Uh,
unfortunate for them, but a beautiful memory for you.
I really enjoyed my test. It had my wit on its end, and it was a happy experience for the most part.
I remember taking my test to be a berserker. I had to fight 10 shield maidens at once and survive.
A berserker. As
Okay.
sweet as she is, she's a berserker.
That's impressive.
There wasn't much left of me while I was standing at the end, though.
That is still very impressive.
That's Southern rage.
Huh?
That's just Southern rage.
Southern rage.
That's a whole bunch of just crack the deck oh so slowly to the side, just grin, and just say, bless your heart.
And while you're talking to her and having these terrible scones, you guys head off to the wizard place
Mm-hmm.
and get to the Everboard Wizard's Closet, and you head up the steps to these double pillars, this curved building, and you get to the door, and you see this beautiful double door that has like this very robust mustache, and its eyes are closed, and it opens its eyes ever so slightly, and it says, "Greetings, I am timeless." Huh?
The door has a mustache.
Carved mustache. But yes, a mustache. And the door opens its eyes ever so slightly and speaks to you. "Greetings, I am timeless. Do you wish to enter these premises?"
Yes, please.
Yes, please, with your permission.
Thank you, Timeless. I would like to.
Ah. And the door opens, and as you walk in, you have
I
no
say
problem.
thank you to the door for
Yep.
opening.
And then as you try to walk in, you hit a barrier, and you realize, and you hit a barrier as well, and you realize, oh, it's wizard only.
Oh.
Huh.
For those that are non-wizard, please see the bench.
Okay, Timeless. Thank you.
And you go sit on the bench.
Sure.
You sit on the bench, and the bench is purposely enchanted to be uncomfortable.
I will pull out my reach magic and sit in it.
Yeah. No matter how much you try to adjust on this bench, it's just uncomfortable. It's like sitting on one of those really lumpy, uneven benches that have just been worn over time, where things are just poking and prodding you in places that just is uncomfortable as hell.
Like the benches they put in New York that are deliberately designed to be not layable.
And you're just sitting there, Scav, and it's just like, oh my god, this is terrible.
Well, this sucks. But I will wait. I will endure it.
After a few moments, your butt starts going numb. That painful kind of numb. And you can start feeling tingling in your legs as it just gets even more uncomfortable.
I will focus on a little bit of self-meditation to distract myself.
Will. You head inside, and this person greets you, and
I can't take that.
it's a human, and they're like, "Welcome to our shop. How may we service you?"
Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's my first time in here.
Ah, first time. Dining in?
I didn't know this was a restaurant. I am so sorry. Seems I was ill-informed.
What kind of meal are you looking for?
Fuck, I have no idea.
Like, we'll wheel over to Timeless. So why can't anybody else come in?
Well, that is quite simple, Nikolai. It is a shop designed for wizards. You are not a wizard. You are an artificer.
This ain't magic.
No, it is not.
Okay.
Something with a bit of fish, I suppose.
Ah. Interesting choice. And they take you to an area, and there's all these magical items that have to do with water.
Huh.
And you're starting to get the gist of how they do things here. Are you looking for something that has a bit of spice, or something that is mundane? A dessert or an appetizer?
Okay, so the character might be getting it, but the player's on the lost side.
They describe what their wares and basically food.
Oh.
This player's assuming that apprentice level will be like level 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Oh, fuck.
Associate what you're looking for to food.
Yeah,
do a perception for me.
That was a 27, by the way.
Shit, alright, 21.
21. As you're standing there trying to figure this out, you see another patron speaking to another person here, and they're like, I'm looking for something with a bit of pizzazz. Quite fiery pizzazz. And they're like, yes, we can serve you a meal with that qualification. And takes them upstairs to an area with something.
Okay.
If you're looking for something to move the rock, maybe something uplifting.
Yeah. I suppose something a bit uplifting.
Still with the fish, but uplifting.
Yes.
Very well. We do have a Gulper spell currently in stock for 850,000 platinum pieces.
I'm not even looking because I know we ain't got
We ain't got that much, no.
It summons
Nowhere
a
near that much.
creature from the elemental plane of water the size of a medium-sized city to devour your enemy.
Oh, see, that would just be handy.
It is a 12th level spell.
I think I may have to try that one another time.
Very well, sir.
One of my brothers was telling me about. God, how to fucking phrase this?
God, I found Mongo's worst nightmare.
About how to serve others from a bit of a distance.
Oh, a long distance meal. Quite interesting.
Delivery.
Yes.
We do have a few things that do provide a delivery service.
This is such a weird place.
Yeah, I know I've been in here before, just not with Mongo, and I don't remember it being quite like this, but it's all good.
And
I
they
just have to
lead
think
you
of
to
something.
another section. What specific kind of delivery are you looking for?
The one my brother was talking about, highly portable, yet very to the point.
Ah, yes, a specialty item that's in stock currently. We call it the Uber delivery service. It can carry quite a sting in the end.
Just remember, you fucking asked for this.
Most
And,
certainly did.
And Jezzy's over there just like, damn.
Whoa! Spicy
And,
memes.
This is the delivery system. You see like this very beautiful collapsible ballista system. And you can see these bolts, and they have nothing but razor sharp spikes along the entire thing. This cost 150,000 platinum for the launcher, and currently 650,000 platinum per shot. Guaranteed to get to the point of any matter and satisfy any needs.
That is insane. Holy fuck.
Something that can really hurt a very big bad.
Almost 750,000 platinum. We don't have that much.
Actually might. We might.
Okay, hold on.
We by no means discourage any service here. We just poke fun in a very fun way.
What was the amount again?
Oh, I can't remember. My brain's already moved on to something else.
It was like 700 plus thousand.
I don't know if it was that high.
650,000 plus.
And then you said 100,000 for something.
Yeah.
So the launcher system, and then there was
So
like
650 with 3 zeros after it?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. We don't have that much.
Shall we pack this up to go, sir?
As much as I would love to, do you have anything that would be more beneficial for more of a startup?
Oh, a startup you're looking for. So an appetizer of sorts.
Yes.
Ah, very well.
Kind of one that we're rather inexperienced and we're trying to
Learn
grow.
the ropes of the
Yes.
proper etiquette. I see. Very interesting. And it takes you across the room, and you see basically a wrist shot. And the longer you pull it back, they describe it. The longer you pull the cord back, the more it charges the bolt to fire at a higher velocity. It can double the delivery service.
That's kind of fucking cool.
These are quite popular again for novice cooks. You're just loving this, aren't you, Cayenne?
Yes. I love all of this.
What sort of appetizers would you be able to deliver with this? I think I can make fucking use of this thing.
Anything that will fit within its actual containment system. Usually the size of a... They show you the ammo.
I can fit a potion in that.
This is only 50 gold pieces.
you have a brother
Quite
that can teach you
affordable.
how to use it too.
The luxury of it is the utensils of it collapse into a gauntlet for easy storage.
Oh, see, you guys have thought of everything. Aren't you fucking
For
wonderful?
only 50 gold? Holy shit. That's a steal.
Well, it's a starter item.
Yeah. Yeah, it's my starter right now.
Oh, you're buying it?
Oh, yes.
And it comes in, they package it up, and it comes into a little, like, carry-out box that you'd get from a restaurant.
Oh, that is fucking cute.
And it's got a little bow on the top
Oh, God.
with a mint.
I love this place. I love this place.
Your takeout, sir, has been prepared, and the funds have been deducted from your account.
Have to write more of that down a little later.
Be sure to send me what I have to get you cards for.
Yeah.
And you guys are outside just like, what's taking him so long?
I'll work on my puzzle while I'm sitting here.
My brother was also inquiring about how to possibly jazz up his recipe that seems to have fallen to pieces on him.
Oh, and what sort of recipe is that?
He somehow stumbled across his own delivery system of some sort.
Oh, so more of a homemade gumbo.
Yes.
To go. Quite interesting. We do carry a scroll of mending. It is quite good at bringing a recipe together.
Okay, so is that like upcasting the shit out of mending?
No,
Or is it just...
just mending.
Okay. My other brother and I have tried that, unfortunately. And wait, did we?
You did, and it couldn't be done.
Because pieces were gone and destroyed. There's not enough that's not there.
The centaur speaks to you as you're talking to this wizard and trying to navigate around the menu system. I just broke you so hard.
Wasn't fucking expecting
And the centaur's like, so, what, pray tell, is your form of combat?
For me, I like to let my hooves and my glaive do the talking.
And you hear Pike, I like to pounce on my enemies and push their meat out through the back of their body into the ground.
That sounds like fun. You would probably really enjoy the blood hunter I spent time with named Eric.
And as they get excited, you can see their fur puffs up a little bit, looking like razor sharp, essentially razor blades made of obsidian.
I am sorry if I offended.
There is no offense. I am excited.
I've been trying to, although I'm a druid, after hearing about blood hunters and meeting one, they're a pretty interesting bunch, especially learning about the orders they follow.
That sounds exciting.
Honestly, I think my favorite of the circles, if I'm being honest with you, Pike, is most likely going to be the circle of the Lycan.
Oh. And, the centaur looks over. I met a cherry, but disposition lycanthrope, centaur once.
How would that beast form work?
They were a six-legged owlbear.
Holy shit.
That's terrifying.
Tom's
I may
like,
have
nightmare
pissed
for-
off an owlbear mother once.
4 arms to pummel you into the ground with.
Or
But
grab
as
all
far
4
as
limbs
I
of a
know,
pole.
As far as I know, that owlbear mother is completely forgotten about me and my siblings. The birds that I had that everyone likes to call murder chickens.
Oh no.
They were trying to eat her baby.
have to make sure red and blue never go anywhere near
Which I did not
cube.
approve of at all.
Oh, fuck.
I'm assuming you finish up and head out.
Oh, trying to also talk to him about fixing the lawn too.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, what do you have? The broken fireball.
And she looks at you and she's like, "They sound lovely. Give them my greetings."
Definitely. I'm gonna ask what your fighting style is.
As you know, I'm a berserker, so anything I can get my hands on.
That sounds fun.
You know,
From what I understand, my father was a barbarian.
there's a certain joy of pulling someone's ribs out and stabbing them the rest of the way to death with them.
Ow!
I like her a lot.
Tom looks uncomfortable again.
Is this where Cayenne learns a few tricks?
You can spend some time learning a few things about how a berserker or centaur fighter would actually go about things.
Yeah.
And
If not, trying to do a little spar with her or the obsidian wolf, Cayenne will definitely take time at some point to have a little spar with Prim.
the interesting thing you discover is that she is a berserker, and but the closer she gets towards death, the more powerful she gets. And on top of that, she can rise back up briefly from the dead to fight again.
Sell you later.
Tom looks terrified.
Literally just too pissed off to die.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's going in Discord because that's funny.
So, they repair the wand, if you choose to. 150 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And so, anywhere else you want to visit before we leave?
Bottom bottles.
Okay. You can swing by there real quick. We'll go over that really
I would
quickly.
want to take Feisty out to the forest so she could actually get a hunt.
You're all about not doing the most important things right now.
And
Like-
Feisty's not important. What's wrong with you?
No, going on a hunt. It's like that will take hours.
Not really. Feisty's pretty quick.
Yeah, she can make it quick.
Give her some fun and exercise.
Oh fuck no! I forgot to ask about the brick.
Too late. I already counted you
I
leaving.
thought that was the uplifting part.
It's a new way of shopping.
Yeah,
Gotta get used
it's a
to it.
weird way of shopping, but hey, it was fun.
So you head to the bottom of the bottle.
Yep.
So it is a potion shop located near the bastion, made of very heavy stone. And heading inside, there's shelves around this large cauldron that is constantly making something. You don't know what. And there's all these bottles rearranging themselves and mixing themselves and things coming and going. And this person comes up to you and they're like, "Hi,
Hello there.
I'm Ismilla. I am the owner of this place, and which brings a munchkin tabaxi to my doorstep."
Been trying to expand my repertoire
Oh, a fellow potion maker.
on the very most basic of levels.
And her hair is just a wild mess, and her clothes are a bit tattered. I think a little bit of Bellatrix Lestrange going on. And she's like, "Okay, what are you looking for?"
trying to still kind of wrap my head around all the things that are possible. I'm trying to find, out of character, try to find a potion that is both on the wizard and on the artificer list, like absorb elements.
Okay.
But also, it's just like I'm trying to also find out how to kind of get get some of the artificer spells too.
Okay, she works with you a little bit to start working on how to develop potions better, how to refine them essentially into being more potent. And it takes time to. You're realizing that to create more potions isn't just an instantaneous process. You have to take your time to do it, and it could take a couple of weeks to a couple of months to develop more potent potions.
Yeah.
But finding more pure ingredients can actually immediately have a result. But the longer you leave those pure ingredients, the stronger it can be.
Yeah.
So you are able to pick up one artificer spell, and it will be 10 gold pieces, and you may choose which spell that is for first level.
Cool.
So you're able to get that name, Cayenne. I sent it to you,
Seems a thank you.
and
I like that name.
Nikolai.
Yeah.
As your guys are heading out, you guys can do one last investigation.
Yeah, I wanted to ask her a question.
Okay.
Just out of, you have anything that helps someone to identify the password of something that identify can't do?
Oh, you're asking the potion keeper?
Yeah.
I've never heard of anything like that. Perhaps if you actually discover the grave of the dead person, you can bring them back and ask them what that is. But it usually involves 5 questions, so please ask them 5 questions so they don't stay dead forever.
It's a cool spell. What's it called?
Speak with dead.
Oh. Makes sense.
But they
But
might...
you'd have to find the dead person.
Yes, generally. Just
Yeah,
speak to them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do an investigation, see if there's anything useful in the shop. Yeah. Otherwise.
Is there possibly a potion of legend lore in here?
Of what?
Legend lore?
Do an investigation. What'd you get?
7.
7?
Fuck, that is cocked.
Indeed it is.
You do find a single potion that stands out to you, and it is neon green in color, even in the dim lit shop. And you look at the little tag on it. It says, "The most sourest of sour potions, currently 30 years in the making."
Damn.
What does this do?
Oh, that's a simple
Is Melba-
treat.
Oh.
You consume it, and it is the most sour drink that you will ever have.
Turn you inside out.
Put it back on the shelf. Thank you. Not interested in
What was your
art.
investigation?
24.
24? You don't find that, but you do find on one of the shelves, most of them are out of stock, a greater healing potion.
Oh.
And that is 25 gold pieces.
Damn, might as well grab that.
So, heading out,
I would have let them take Feisty out.
I'm aware you're back together. I'm moving things along.
No, sorry.
You don't have to reiterate 3 times. So you head back out. You eventually get back to Arella, and one of the jesters is there waiting for you. And obviously, probably the guard of the actual room. And the liaison comes in, and she's like, "Welcome back.
Hello.
How was your trip?"
Interesting.
Yeah.
That I'm sure you have business to attend to, and we will find out about it. So I will walk you to the door, and you can be on your way.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, she heads you to the castle and back outside, and you can head back down to where the house is at.
Yep.
Do an investigation for me if you want along the way.
Hey,
When it doesn't
halfway decent roll.
What'd you get?
I got a modified 20 on my investigation.
Nice.
Ditto.
Nice.
22.
Ooh.
24.
You head back down, and there's the market going on, and it gives you opportunity to check out some of the local wares of what people are selling. Mayor, what catches your interest is there's a crystal hanging in the shop, and fairies are just repulsed by this crystal. It's keeping them away, essentially, almost like a bug zapper. And the shopkeeper is selling all sorts of fruits you've never seen before. They're obviously from the Feywild.
I think we know where Cayenne's going.
Yep. As you're looking around, something catches your interest. There's a very well-dressed orc wearing a vest and just kind of, has wares, and they're selling things, and you go wander over there. And do you inquire what they're selling?
Yeah.
And this orc looks down at you, and they're actually quite beautiful for an orc, and you realize that they're probably half elf and orc.
Okay.
And they're like,
Hello. What's
Hello.
your
special thing, delivery from the Burning Temperament area. Actually, more so the Five Kings.
Okay.
These, they holds up one. These are anti-obsidian boots.
Seal of approval. Stamp that shit with an official mark. And then send it in with the wax seal.
I kind of feel like you have to buy
God.
these
That's a hell of a deep cut there.
What the?
for all the deep cuts that he got.
He's speechless.
You know you're kind of obligated to do this now, right?
Would it be wearing shoes be all that, like, what exactly makes them special as anti-obsidian boots?
They have iron in the toe, so you will not stub your toes on the obsidian as you're wandering through the mountains here.
Lost for words.
Do it. Fucking do it.
You kind of have to.
Don't know what he would do with them.
You kind of have to.
You-
though.
Okay, look.
Hey, you can give them to
this.
Ace to wear.
Also,
He has
you've already made
basically
some shoes.
boots of elven boots on.
You've already made a pair of shoes. This is a chance to get another one. That way you can make armored elven boots.
Yeah.
You can always take them apart to see how they were made.
Are they very nicely made?
They're pretty well made, especially for orc craftsmanship.
I look down and over at Ace because I'm on his shoulder. Go on.
Ace is like,
All right, cool.
10 or
Find what size fits you, buddy.
12 silver pieces.
Okay.
You have to admit that is a really deep cut.
You have to find something that my character just failed on instead of something he accomplished.
And the sign itself to the shop is not very original in understanding. And it simply says, one of Garrick's portable emporiums.
Garrick became successful.
Okay. Thank you. 12 silver, you said?
Yep. Come on, you can't tell me that's bad.
I'm not saying
That
it's
is
bad.
fucking wonderful.
It's just pretty fun.
That's another story for
you
the
need
Discord.
gold.
So Cayenne, it's a grunt actually selling the food, and they have this big heavy coat on where only their face is sticking out.
I can't even see their arms or anything. It's just a grown head.
Yeah,
Coat.
and you can see that they don't even have their hands sticking out. They have like little those little grabby claws.
That's
Don't fuck with them. They're unstoppable.
They'll do terrible things with the grabbers.
And they're like, you see fruit, you want fruit, you eat fruit, fruit is delicious, makes your stomach happy, thus you are happy.
Well, fuck, just don't eat the fruit before you pay for it.
I do love fruit. What can you tell me about the fruit that you have?
I don't remember, it's from the Feywild. Magically delicious.
I'm gonna take my time looking through the fruit to see if anything interests me.
Nature. I'm just killing a party right now before the terrible shit happens.
That's a 14.
A 14? You're looking around and you see something that looks like a cantaloupe. And as you pick it up, you can feel the fruit around inside of it move a little bit as you move it.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Usually that's a cantaloupe you don't want.
And you hear behind you, and there's someone peeks over your shoulder, and it's a tabaxi, and they're like, "Those are delicious." The secret is, you takes it and you twist it, and then each half self-mixes into a cold slosh of some sort. Tastes very melony.
Huh. I'll ask how much it is.
And they give you something else to buy. Pop berries. It looks like a vine of grapes, and you can see them, and they're almost like they got like almost like a raisiny type of appearance, but they're plump. And the grunt kind of, their arms bob up and down as they turn towards you. 10 copper and how about 10 copper?
I'll pay for it and take them.
All right.
So I've got what, hop berries?
They're called pop berries.
Top.
Pop berries.
You find a shop that's run by a kobold, and they have an eye patch on, and they're just sitting there, and you just kind of feel almost a level of pity as you look at their shop. It's just a bunch of mundane rocks that they're trying to sell, and the rocks have faces painted on them.
It's a lot of interesting rocks you have.
And the kobold is like a little bit red, and they have a jacket on there. Pet rocks. They watch while you sleep. Good watchdogs.
What do you think, Feisty?
Feisty's like, You just move on.
I'm gonna look around.
They're
I'm gonna look for the quirkiest looking one.
You find one, and the eyes aren't even like lined up. One eye is on the side, and one is on the like top at an angle, and they're looking in two different directions. And the mouth is like crudely drawn like a triangle instead of a normal mouth.
Oh, so sweetie.
Shit.
You know what? Just because of that, how much?
Just 1 copper.
Toss him a copper.
Mongo, you find a shop that looks rather interesting to you. And you start looking around, and they basically sell fidget things.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. But what catches your eye is they also have a really old deck of cards that's been discounted a numerous amount of times because nobody wants to buy it.
It's one of my favorite things to fidget with.
And the shopkeeper looks at you, and it's this really big, like, barbarian-looking person. And they're like, Careful with that. That is a deck of curses.
Deck of curses.
Yes.
As in, each card has a different swear word written on it, or...
For you to find out.
Could be awesome. Could be terrible.
Like, it curses me in a new and exciting way every time?
They just
Or-
give you this look like Prim gives you, and Prim, she's looking around a little bit, and she just heads for the actual where she needs to go. And for you to find out.
You tempting fate.
Only 15 silver pieces. You can always identify it before you use it, though.
Yeah, but if you, oftentimes when with cursed items, if you pick it up, you become cursed. There is that gamble.
I don't have it now, but I can cure curses eventually.
You gonna buy it?
Can I burn a spell slot just to look at it with Identify to see? Damn.
It's poor.
You either get it or don't, dude. It is really.
We gotta go. Come on.
Okay, fuck it, let's do it.
Okay. Yeah,
So
purchase it.
15?
Yep. So you guys have your things that you've gotten. Yes.
I'm gonna buy that storybook.
Or, oh, the storybook.
The magical storybook.
Deduct the amount for it.
How much was it?
I don't remember.
I'll go back and find out. Figure that out later then.
Yeah. You head to the house.
Mhm.
You invite Prim in.
Yeah.
She can't go in. And she heads inside. And she stops in the entryway and she just lets her weapon fall and it sticks into the ground. And it just stands straight up. Like a beacon of some sort.
Okay.
And she's like, where is this room?
Number one,
Number one appears. Sir.
can we please have access to the room we discovered the other day, please?
Of course, sir. And the entryway appears again. And you head down to the murder scene.
Any
And
tempting-
you hear as you're going downstairs the very painful sound as the weapon moves across the floor, leaving a large groove in the floor and finds the center of the room and places itself there.
Okay.
It's upstairs in the entryway, but it centered itself, essentially.
So it's like a focusing point.
Do you go back up and look at what caused the noise, or you just let it go?
I'm more interested in what we need to resolve and figure out whatever that was later.
Any of you others curious about the noise, or just continue on?
Take a
Sorry,
peek.
what the hell was that noise?
It sounds like something scraping on the floor.
Okay, but if all of us are here, what the fuck is scraping?
Hey, number one.
He appears. Yes,
What was that noise upstairs?
it appears, sir, that the weapon that the
Prim.
Prim has brought has found the center of the room, and there are now several large spectral entities there.
To Prim. That's normal. Yeah?
Why wouldn't it be normal?
So I haven't encountered anyone.
She goes over, she picks you up like a football without even asking, takes you back up the stairs. And you see this large, terrifying, at least 15-foot tall Cerberus stand up that's just spectral, wearing nothing but plate mail. And it just looks in your direction, all three heads focus on you.
Oh.
It's my guard dog.
Oh.
And you see two large knights standing on either side of the room that are spectral as well, wearing full plate armor of Palor. And she brings you back downstairs, and you can tell everybody what it was.
Yeah,
She
nothing to
said
worry
it.
about. Absolutely nothing to worry about.
Do you check yourself and make sure you didn't piss yourself?
Yep.
No pee. You're fine.
Thank you.
Just terrifying upstairs.
I'll sign language to Ace.
Mm-hmm.
Ace, in sign language, please stay between me and Cayenne. I'm afraid she might hurt me.
And Prim looks over.
I did
What?
it in sign language too.
Prim looks over. Why would Cayenne harm you?
She's threatened damage to me.
Cayenne? Swear to me you will not bring harm to him.
I will not bring harm to him unless he gives me a good reason to do so.
I will make you an
You-
offer, Cayenne.
Threatened me because of something that Mustache Rourke did because of a connection to my dad. Like it's my fault.
Stop speaking, Mouse.
What Prim said.
I will decide if you bring harm to him.
That is acceptable.
We shall carry on this process. Don't worry, Mouse. I can resurrect you even if you are a puddle.
Okay.
That's handy. Although if that does
she's
happen,
down
you
here
will
too,
get it.
yeah, because she was
Yeah.
going to help. Okay.
I do have sigils in place. Do you need me to remove them?
And she's like, I've already removed them.
Oh, okay.
Your god has no place here.
Damn.
Don't know how I feel about that.
And she takes out something, and she, as she walks into this murder scene, you see this dirt falling from her hand, creating a line into the room. And you can just feel pure fucking holy energy coming from this dirt. Like, this is some sort of sacred dirt that you can't get your hands on.
More sacred than the sacred dirt that I had.
It's powerful.
The most sacred of sacred dirt.
And roll your skill check to do your circle. Prim's going to roll hers, and Feisty's going to roll hers.
I
And
believe mine is both nature and religion, yeah?
yep,
That's what I thought.
wow, okay, that's a roll.
Oh, no.
I will offer whatever assistance I can do, which
Yes.
includes standing there with
So,
pins and pockets.
Do a perception.
I'll offer help if they require it.
So, nature is 11, and religion's a 15.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
23
What's your modifier?
plus 5.
+5. Add +5 to it. You've seen her do this before, and you're like, and you point out a small error that allows you to course correct that. And
Yeah. Prim, is there anything I can help with?
are you going to be present for this?
If I'm allowed to be, yes. I think it's important.
Then stand and be quiet, please.
Okay.
And she looks at you, and you know she's going to say the same thing. And then she looks to you, and you already know she's going to tell you the same thing.
Just keep an eye on it.
And Feisty, she sits inside of the middle of the circle, and she looks around at the circle, and she brings her claws up, and she just drags them across her own paw pads and creates an arc of her own blood on the ground.
Ryan is getting the contents of the chest out.
And Prim just instantly looks over at you as you open this chest, and she's like, that is an incredible amount of evil. And you can feel it too. It's just...
Queen
probably
Rosalind
makes me
asks
nauseous.
that I use the contents of this in my ritual.
Very well.
She did say we have to be quick about it too, though.
And the amount of dark energy coming off that is like that feeling like someone punched you in the gut, and you have that nauseous feeling like you're trying to gasp for air as well.
Ooh, that does not feel good.
And yeah,
It's the vial of blood.
It gives you the heebie-jeebies too, just being in the present, and as well as you. You're just like, oh,
Okay.
just instant. That's not cool. Whatever that is.
That's pure evil there.
And you can feel it in your hand. It almost like feels like your hand should be burning from how dark this is.
Diane's following what Queen Rosalind instructed to the letter and offering this as quickly as she can.
And the rituals go off, and the room itself, you can feel almost like a calmness in the room, an unnatural calmness, and all of your emotions just become calm. And it feels like the entire room sinks a little bit and drops a bit more. And the walls just bleed away into absolute abyssal darkness that you can't see through.
Fascinating.
And you see several of the priestesses of your deity come out. And one of them walks into the circle, and it's one of the ones wearing white, and she picks up the offering. And she looks at it, and she turns her head in your direction, and she bows her head and walks off into the shadows.
I would have tried to bow my head back to her before she left.
And
Implications of that is pretty funny.
and Feisty speaks openly. It doesn't surprise Prim, but she speaks openly. She's like, "Do not wander outside the circle, for you will be lost forever. The spirits are hungry here."
Go for it, Nikolai.
You don't think I understand words?
You understand to be quiet and not speak.
And Prim glares at you for, like, understanding. She can hear your armor move. And, you find yourself back in this room. And, Prim reaches out, almost like grabbing a clock, turning it. Trying to fine-tune something. And she reaches up and she takes one of the things hanging from her horn that's still intact, breaking the cord on it, and brings it out, and it goes back and forth, and she starts to cast something. And the thing just turns into pure dust instantly, dissipating the holy symbol of whatever deity it was. And you find yourself in this room in an earlier time, and you begin to witness the events that unfolded in this room. And you see what resembles your father, but initiated wrong in some way. And you see that he's standing on one of the tables, and he finished casting something, and you see that he brought back Mika, and he's standing over her, and he's like, "You're going to tell me what I want to know, where the secrets are hidden." And the clone doesn't even have a chance to actually respond back. And he just reaches down and he uses a blade and just instantly, an arm off. "Speak to me and tell me what I want to know. I know you know the secrets." And just slowly drags the blade across her belly, splitting it open. "I will keep doing this until you tell me what I want to know." And removes another piece. And eventually she's nothing but just a hunk of meat that's been torn apart. And you can see the familiar cloak standing around in the room, watching, keeping an eye. And he moves to another one. And this looks like your mother. And he begins the same process. Well, the cloak comes forward, grabs what's left of the remains, and throws them into a bin, essentially. And keeps a piece of it to create another cloak, so the process can be done over and over again. And he looks down at Jewel, and he's like, "I don't want any information from you. I just want to watch you suffer over again." And begins torturing her, and eventually kills her and throws her body into a bin. and then summons another one, and this is one of Seagate. And Seagate's clone tries to move, and this form casts some sort of spell, and all these spectral dogs hit Seagate and begin mauling him and ripping him apart, pulling him in different directions. And he just starts laughing maniacally, and he's like, "Where is the mighty king now?"
Dang it.
And then it moves on to summoning something else, and he brings back Holvar into a clone form and begins torturing them with the assistance of the larger figures, asking questions, asking about secrets. And then eventually moves through every member of the Obscura, repeating this process, and then eventually starting over.
Jesus.
Getting pleasure out of torturing each member of the Obscura, asking questions, poking them for information, trying to find out anything. But the clones never speak any information to give to him. Even clones have the dignity of their original form self to protect secrets that they would possibly know. And eventually he grows bored and he's like, time to search another location for the secrets. These Thanes don't know what I want to know, and perhaps I should have not been so hasty in killing the Obscura, and I could have asked the questions of where they're hiding the secrets they obviously had. And he heads for the door, and the cloaked figures follow him. And you get the feeling that there could be something else in this room.
Any faces on the cloaked figures?
And they're cloaked.
No.
And as you come back into the room, I want you to do an investigation.
My dice are fucking hating me tonight.
I think I'm gonna have to
Jesus
use my
Christ.
plus for that one. Reroll that.
What was it?
That was a 1.
A 1 is 1.
Even to reroll it with that necklace.
Mm-hmm. What was
14.
yours?
11.
11? 14? Diane?
I got 19.
Nice. You panic a little bit from seeing this and seeing the various amounts of torture. This went on for a while, this vision. At least 3 times over, you watched him murder and kill the entire members of the Obscura in different ways, torturing them for information. And you take a step back and you feel your foot scabbard as it breaks the circle.
Shit.
And before you pull out, you feel something around you. You guys, since you're closest to him, you can roll a dexterity. Sleight of paw.
Hey, natural 20.
It was cocked.
It was cocked. It was either going to be a 19 or a 1.
Yeah,
roll,
my
but it was
dex
cocked.
was shit. It's a 5.
Is that Slido Paw?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a save or check?
Not on you. You got a 1.
I know, but they would still have that bonus.
You don't have to keep emphasizing that.
She understands the rules.
What was that?
11.
11? You see something coming out of the shadows, and it's almost like a massive vampiric hand, and you can hear laughter from the shadows. And you feel it touch your shoulder. And in that moment, you connect the blood to what is touching you, Scabbard. And you manage to grab him and pull him away from the shadows as that figure dissipates.
Who was that?
And you know exactly who that was reaching out to you. And Cayenne, with your low roll, you knew that you wouldn't have time to get there to try to pull him back. So you were just like,
He's probably just glaring at the fact that you did not hear Feisty's words about not stepping out of the circle.
And you kind of move a bit, and you feel your hoof hit something, and you look down, and there is a small pendant on a very bloody chain, about the size for a mouse folk.
I will reach down to pick it up to see what it
Stretchy
is.
kitty.
It looks like some sort of, it's carved out of metal, but you don't really understand it, but it looks like a pendant that someone would wear, essentially. Possibly from the Obscura. Hey, you're cold over there now, aren't you? And you're back in the room as everything comes into focus with this new revelation.
Wow. How do we use this to find this motherfucker? Or
That was
his.
terrifying.
What
Maya's
was
gonna
that?
find something to break.
Easy enough, Cayenne. You find a jar of something, and you're able to just break it out of anger. Prim's like, she looks over at you, Cayenne, and she's like, "You can hit me if you want."
I'd rather hit a certain mouse, but
Prim's like, "May I speak with you, Cayenne, in private?"
Yeah,
Please.
Mondo's pretty fucking seething right now.
Huh?
Mondo's kind of seething right now.
Prim,
a clone of someone's fucking father killed our fucking parents.
and
I have all the goddamn right to be pissed.
I'm pretty sure Nikolai's pissed off too. And Prim steps into the other, closes the doors.
Well, you did kill him.
And Prim looks to you and she's like, "I understand your rage, being a tiefling and a vampire. But Nikolai is not responsible for the harm that happened.
I know, but he should be the one to have to deal with this problem, at least deal with most of it. This clone, or whatever he explains, has the same intellect and mannerisms, if not crazier than his own father.
Here's an interesting observation of mine. Perhaps these are breadcrumbs left behind for any remainder of the Obscura to break them and drive them apart. This is one of those tests in your life where you need each other more than ever.
This whole thing has just been one angering thing after the other, and I just want, at some point, to just brutally murder the next fucking living thing that gets in front of me.
And she looks at you and she's like, "I predict you will have that opportunity at some point, Cayenne. But you need to be supportive of your family as they need to be supportive of you." Also, what did you find?
It looks like a small metal pendant that seems like his size for a mouse bolt. I don't understand it. I was gonna give it to Nikolai. Maybe he could make something out of it.
Why didn't we have the more magically inclined take a look at it? And if you want to spar, I'm open for it. I'll even remove my armor.
Maybe not today. Another time for sure.
And she puts her hand on your shoulder, and you instantly feel your emotions calm because she's calming your emotions against your will. But you don't know it's against your will. You're just like, oh. Maybe Cayenne needs a pendant of calm emotions that she can just use.
He needs a pendant that she can just target toward any enemy. It's a pendant of just slaughter.
Oh my god.
Glare.
If she,
Gone.
a pendant of Gib. So basically, whenever she gets a finishing blow, it causes him to explode in dozens of pieces. I'm not sure. It's just right there, though. So, Prim and Cayenne come back in. And Prim looks over to you. Don't worry.
Don't worry about what. I've got so much things going on right now.
Do you offer up the pendant there?
Yeah, I'll just if Nikolai has his hand up, I'm just gonna drop it in his hand.
Right now, he's just looking around the room. Well, actually, no, he's kind of just staying right where he's in until Prim says it's okay.
So she comes up and she gives you a pendant, essentially. And you can see that it's big enough to fit around your neck.
I'll put my hand up to receive it, I guess.
Yeah, and you look at it, and
Where'd you find this?
yeah, we should.
I bumped it with a hoof.
Oh. So in here?
But then the circle, yeah.
Oh, okay. Where? Where were you?
It was off to the left side of the room at one of the tables, laying by the very bottom.
I can point to where the literal blood spot was, where it was, because it had the bloody chain.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we safe to salvage what we can of this room and get rid of it forever?
Prim's like, yes. Are you going to do an identify on that pendant?
Well, we'll wait until we find the investigation of the room,
Yeah.
and then...
Scabbard, are you going to go take a breather after what you just experienced?
Yes, I'm actually going to ask if I could speak with Prim for a moment.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy enough to speak to her. Prim leaves with Scabbard to speak to him. You guys are free to do investigations further.
Yeah.
Do you go over and punch Nikolai? Or hug him?
Punch who?
Nikolai. Or hug him?
He's unbelievably pissed off. It's almost looking for something to blow up.
And Prim goes and speaks with you, Scabbard, and she's like, you requested to speak to me.
I think I may have accidentally broken the circle.
You very much did break the circle, Scabbard. We all saw it. There's no question about if the circle was broken. It is, yes, you broke the circle.
Something touched me. I think I know exactly what it was.
And that something was?
I think that might have been him. The owner of that blood.
Well, it appears that you're on a radar of the Lord of Dread.
I don't like that.
I recommend you don't let your faith waver, or you will become his next victim.
This player has to say it. This player has to say it. Does this mean the party's kind of being voluntold to Barovia now?
Might be at
Probably
some
at
point.
some point, yeah. Oops. Let's go to a vacation in Barovia.
It's never sunny in Barovia.
Such a dreadful vacation at that.
If you're tired of sunny skies and you just want a little bit of gloom,
I might have to have a content warning before every session on that one.
Don't we have to have that anyway?
After this one, I should have had one probably.
Because all the swearing and dumb jokes aren't enough to warrant one?
Could be the graphic content. So, what was your investigation? Or are you not looking, you're just taking
yeah.
If I'll roll it, but I kind of feel like it should be a disadvantage because
You don't have to take the roll. You can just walk off angry.
You can just not do it. Nikolai's doing it. He has to do this.
Yeah.
I'll go back in and look around.
when I did change my subclass, it was to Order of Scribe.
Oh, sorry, this episode's a little emotional too.
Just figured I should tell you. No, you can do whatever you want with that. Within reason.
24.
24? You're looking around? Okay. Oh, what'd you get?
I'll roll, but he's spending the rest of the night in here. And then just gonna tell the staff to remove it.
Just remove the room from existence?
Yeah. 21.
And you got what?
24.
That was the worst math I've ever had in a while. I was like, what's that number?
So you and Scabbard spend the majority of the night in there and look around things. Do you talk to Nikolai while you're looking around?
I'll explain to him exactly what that was that he saw. Tell him not to say that name.
And you're the one that told me, you're the one that had the gall to tell me not to move. Anyway.
Yeah, you look around the room, and you do find a couple of notes, but outside of that, this room was primarily used just for this one purpose. You have the pendant, and you have the notes.
Alright. As we walk out, there's number one. Does he respond?
Yeah, he's there. He appears in his usual cheery self.
Please have you and your staff remove that room from ever being in existence ever again.
As you wish, sir.
Thank you.
And just like that, the room's gone.
And this passage to it, we don't need this anymore.
Okay.
Just get rid of it.
Do you go and talk to the rest of the family about what you found?
Yeah. I we just found a couple notes and the pendant Cayenne found earlier. That's all I found. Shortly, I'll try to identify it. Read the notes. Notes say anything?
The notes are in their usual, like, hurried encryption kind of thing. It'll take you a little bit of time to decipher.
Okay.
Because he obviously did want to keep secrets himself, and he probably left those notes out of rage.
Okay.
Forgetting about them being there.
Yeah. The room is no longer in existence.
Makes me wonder what else is in this mansion. Didn't really fully explore it yet.
No.
You'll have time to do that.
We'll have to do that later. Mongo, do you have it in you to identify this pendant?
I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Are you going to help or try to help? At least let him lead it this time?
Yeah, I'll pretty
Okay.
much just try to
You
boost his
don't
power.
need to if you don't want to.
I
We can do it at some other time together if you'd rather wait.
need to burn off a bit of energy anyway.
Okay.
It's either this or I blow a hole through the fucking roof.
We do have something you can fight that will fight back a little bit. We should need a...
It's up to you, brother.
Yep, let's go play with the dummy.
You're going to avoid identifying that? Or do both? You can do both.
I'm gonna fight the dummy first.
Okay. So he's going to fight.
Mongo's
That's fine.
livid.
I will take the pendant into the workshop and I will do the identify myself and go from there.
As you're working on this, Feisty comes in and she sits down with you.
I'm not feisty. I gave her help earlier.
And she just comes over and gently bumps you. And her massive
Like,
side. Yeah, so the dummy is set
Isn't
up
he about the size of her nose?
Yeah.
a foot or a toe. A toe. What do you
Reach up and give her a little
Yeah.
little scritch on the
foot?
tiny little scritch, whatever I can reach.
What do you go out? Do you just hang out with Prim? Because she's basically putting the kitchen back together herself.
I'll help her with putting back the kitchen.
The staff would have already.
You told him not to touch it.
Oh yeah.
What do you do?
I'll explain to him how to use the dummy. Give it a stick so that way it has something. And tell him what phrase to use, and just be careful. Apparently, this thing gets extremely quirky.
So you speak the phrase? What's the phrase?
Beat me, teach me, show me the ways.
And the dummy comes alive instantly and whacks you right across the face, scalp with the stick.
Okay, it's on.
And you see it just like moving a little bit, and it's almost like a fencer. And it smacks you again across the face in the other direction.
Not me.
And then it jabs and sticks into your
Try and
stomach.
grab it.
Yep.
I would imagine there was a turn the fucking thing off phrase too.
You have to beat it, apparently. As far as I'm aware, you have to beat the dummy.
Right, beat the dummy it is. Seeing as how pissed he is, that would be the Eldritch Blast hold, or Hex.
Okay, cast it.
Like, I don't even know what.
Are you taking your time to identify this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, would dependent work for it? Work with it? It's just the actual tinkering functionalities,
Yeah, you'd have to just.
not tinkering spells.
You can burn slots to you can cast it, and you can take your time too.
What time of day is it? It's towards the end of the day, right? I'll just burn all my spells,
Okay.
slots on it.
I have something I need to clarify for a second. So it says when you fight it, it teaches you a different style. What does that even mean?
Over time, it can teach you a fighting style.
Ah.
Yeah, like it's fencing right now, so
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, that's-
you're being
yeah.
exposed to fencing.
So dueling.
8.
8.
8 to attack.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It swings back around from you as you cast this, and the spell goes past and almost hits you, Scat. And it cold cocks you across the face for a natural 20
Oh, shit.
and 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And you can feel the blood in your mouth as it hits you with that stick.
Okay.
You can instantly feel the welt forming across your face.
Gives us a little bit of something to practice with, though, huh?
Yeah, no, it's just primal fucking screaming blast again.
Go ahead. Disadvantage because you're primal screaming in anger.
Fair enough.
So what would you get for?
Shield.
Oh, well, we roll
Yeah.
tinkering or arcana
Okay, it's
or
meant to
tinkering.
be.
Arcana or tinkering.
Tinkering for you because it's tinkering focus. It's
What is this thing?
Yeah,
It's like,
from the first one, it was Hex Dex. And this one's actually a 17 to hit.
you hit it this time and it's going to swing at you again.
I don't know if I need to roll damage or not, or does that even fucking matter?
Damage matters.
Okay.
Roll one. You said tinkering, right?
Yeah.
So that's 6 from the Eldritch
That's
Blast.
yeah. Your sleight of hand is what you want to use tinkering.
And
Jesus. Well, taking my time and all my spell slots. So
5 from the Hex.
Okay. As you do that, it's still moving around, very like wobbly. And it comes around and brings a stick around. And you try to avoid it, and it catches you across the nose, cutting deep into your nose.
ooh,
Bad boop snoop.
It still rolled another natural 20
damn.
Jesus.
for another 6.
I'm gonna try and pull its attention away from him.
All right.
Let's go ahead and
Roll an attack.
attack with.
And you can just feel the blood
sword.
starting to run down your nose from the laceration. What'd you roll?
Not good. It wasn't a 1, but it may as well have.
What? A 2?
That's an 8.
This thing. Oh my god.
Oh wait! I'm next to Mongo. What am I doing?
yeah, you have advantage.
24.
24. A 24 will hit. Go ahead and attack.
All right.
So Feisty works with you on this, trying to assist you while she can,
Oh, okay, cool.
and giving you comfort because she understands you're distressed a little bit. And
So,
you focus in on this pendant.
yeah.
Okay. Provides extra smite.
I'm
I'm not going to use it.
not trying to press the point, but you want me to roll tinkering to do this, and the amulet says whenever I roll tinkering, I can do this. I can use it. Okay.
8 slashing with Bahamut's claw. I don't
Yeah.
know what that actually does.
Yeah, you swipe at it and you do some damage to it, and it's moved, and you're like, it spins around on its like little, because it can move unnaturally. Swings around and nearly catches you in the eye, catches you right across here, and you can feel the deep laceration all the way down to the bone from the tip of the stick for 12 points of damage.
Oh, fuck.
Ow. Oh, you little shits.
Let's roll a tinkering check. Okay.
I still have an extra attack, too. You
Can
know
I
what?
use the
Yeah.
Achilles ring?
Go ahead.
No, it's a different one. It says re-roll a tinkering check, and you told me re-roll tinkering. I want to
Go
make sure.
ahead.
Okay, I will take that re-roll. Hopefully it's better.
I'll call out to Mongo, give him my,
Hey, it is
my
better.
attack, and I'm like, it's distracted.
Go ahead and roll attack.
Yeah.
This thing ain't gonna stop.
Until
Oh
we
my
beat it.
god!
Stop rolling fucking nat 20s on my
Is it
ass!
attacking him or me?
You!
Oh, what was it?
Oh my god! This wasn't meant to go
Was
this
it
way.
a nat 20?
Yes!
Oh, I get to attack back.
Yeah, your shield.
You see this thing, as you're working up your attack, he distracts enough, and it swings back around, and you feel the stick swipe around and hit you right across the neck where the armor isn't, for another 8 points of damage.
Fuck, ow.
And you can just feel, like, between the scales, the blood gathering as it starts to run down your neck.
I'm using that retaliation.
That if it was any deeper, it would have probably have slit your throat.
Ooh, that's an 18 to strike back.
I will hit. Are you panicking
You know
now?
what?
I think he's gotten a bit of it out. He's finally starting to pull his head out of his ass. No.
Wish my computer didn't die because it's so hard to read this.
Now, do we got option A or option B?
Scab's gonna probably die at this rate that I'm rolling dice. Yeah, at this rate.
Fuck it, I haven't done this option B for a while. Let's do that.
That is 14 as I give it a divine smite with that retaliation.
Okay. It just rocks off to the side and stumbles a little bit and starts reorienting itself. What are you doing?
Summoning the golem.
Okay.
We gotta work together if we're gonna beat this, Mongo. It's a good practice for us, but
Let me know what
damn
your roll
does it
is.
hurt.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see if I can change it with my character's abilities. I never used any of the sorcerer abilities yet.
What are you up to, Cayenne?
Diane's just helping Prim with the kitchen. Just setting things up and cleaning up since it wasn't touched or anything.
Tom, can you go in the kitchen for a minute?
Okay. So that's not going to do anything. Okay, cool. So 19 plus next one.
Okay, so yeah, between both of you, you get the table resituated, but it's going to need to be repaired by the wiggly fingers.
Okay.
And Prim's like, sadly, I really know nothing of cooking.
24.
I usually only ever eat, like, fruits and things that I could gather out in the forest. That doesn't really require any kind of cooking.
Huh. And she reaches into her pouch and she pulls out some jerky and some hardtack and sets it on the table.
There you go.
Of course she's going to take you in a heart attack.
Jerky I'm well accustomed with, too.
What was your roll?
24 plus time.
Any adventure with
Yep.
their soul would have
Uh,
taken a heart attack.
So you summon the golem.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
take that turn. Okay. Let me roll this here.
Gonna
Oh,
make
God.
this dummy go.
So as you see him summon this golem, the dummy swings back in your direction as you're slightly distracted by this, and brings the stick around and catches you again
Dow, you mother.
for another 12 points of damage.
Damn.
As it hits you right across from the ear all the way down to your mouth, and you can feel the blood starting to run down as it cut deep. You're gonna die by a test dummy.
At this point in time, who's the dummy? You, me, or him?
So, while that's going on,
Beat me.
and while you're sharing an interesting meal with Prim, you identify this amulet,
Okay.
and you're pulled into the memory of it.
Yeah, using all my spell slots. Nothing
Yeah.
left.
And Feisty is with you to basically, she's watching with you, and you can see that this is with your mother.
Okay.
And you can see they're heading into what appears to be the Underdark,
Okay.
the deep down. And evil Mustache Rorik is there, and he's like, and Nika, can I speak with you? I have some concerns regarding this mission. And she looks over, yes, of course, Rorik. What do you need? He's like, in private, away from the rest of the group, and they're like, you'll catch up, and they head further. And there's this open area, and he's standing with her, and he's like, I have some concerns with what is going to happen here. And she's like, what's going on, Rurik? And he walks over to her, and he's like, oh, well, it's quite simple. I ran the calculations. And he just looks at her, and he's like, I hate you. And goodbye. And he puts his hand on her chest and shoves her backwards and uses Disintegrate on her and kills her instantly as her ashes fall into the deep abyss. And he holds on to the amulet. And he begins to make it look like they were attacked by things of the Underdark and catches up with the rest of the group. And you're pulled out of that memory, and Feisty looks at you as you're holding your mother's amulet in your hand.
He just pulls the amulet to his chest and curls up into a ball and just lays there.
And Feisty curls up with you.
That's all. Crying himself to sleep.
Man. He's
That's all he's doing?
experiencing emotional trauma. We're experiencing physical trauma. Next thing you know, Kayan's gonna experience spiritual trauma.
Yeah. There's nothing else to do.
It's just getting nightmares.
And yeah, what do you make the golem do?
How big is the size difference between the dummy and the golem?
And as you're standing there and you're getting your ass handed to you, Feisty speaks into your head, and she's like, I need you to come to me.
That might be a little bit difficult.
Now.
We're getting attacked.
Yep. Step. Fucking boot.
Roll an attack.
Try and make my way over there to them.
Is there a plus anything to that, or is it just dice roll?
Just dice roll.
5. If I keep swinging like that, I might give the thing a cold.
Give the inanimated object a cold.
You know what? I might be angry enough to finally do this.
Alright.
Bit of a growl there. I'm actually gonna go ahead and spit some holy fire at this thing with the sacred flame. It's Oh, actually, this is the first time. Please work for me.
Is Scab channeling his inner Bowser?
Oh my god. Whoa.
I need it to do a dex save.
Oh, good. I hexed the dex.
Well, it doesn't have to roll any lower. It's a 1.
Fuck yeah! Fucking finally!
This thing doesn't have an astronomical amount of hit points, just enough.
That is 16 points of radiant damage. Is just spitting sacred flame at this thing.
Some of the flame nearly hits your toes as you have to hop back a little bit. And this thing is just ablaze in this sacred fire as it starts to move around. Now you're like, oh great, it's on fire and trying to attack
What
us.
did I just do?
You know, the size difference reminds me of a different golem that I just saw.
Alright.
Pretend it's a fucking halfling.
Go ahead. Attack.
You know what you
actually,
should do, Tom?
Was that doubled?
Tom, what you should do?
It was not.
Do the
because-
bullshit move.
Actually,
Try to
would
put
it
some
have since it was a
pizzazz
one?
into it.
Oh god.
Actually,
What, shake
Tom-
my ass?
I don't know. I'm just trying
Tom.
to give you a chance to roll high on.
Alright. So he just informed me something. He didn't double that, so it would be doubled because of the 1 on the thing.
Yeah.
How do you want it to coup de grace this fucker?
Oh fuck.
Yes.
Alright, yeah, just big fucking golem hand, just like fucking that one where you just kind of reach all the way up and like fucking take a knee.
You smash this thing down to the ground and pieces go scattering all across the floor.
Well,
And you know from the actual thing it will reassemble over time, but it'll have a cooldown.
nice. My mouth burns. Jeez, my life.
Are you gonna go find Feisty?
Yes.
Okay. It takes you a while, but you do eventually find Feisty, and you can see that she's curled up with Nikolai in a burnt-out identification.
Using a message to speak with her. What's wrong? Probably sound a bit out of breath.
Yeah, and she speaks very calmly in your head. He found out how his mother died.
Oh. Oh no. I'm gonna use all my lay on hands to actually not even that. I'm just gonna go ahead and heal myself up.
And the jerky is okay. It's just the most plain jerky you could ever have, and the hardtack is just as plain as you can imagine.
I'm going to try. Is there a limit on the bag of apples that I got? Is it only 1 per day?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to pull an apple to give to Prim.
You pull out an apple, and it looks almost like a pitch black piece of obsidian.
Huh.
And Prim's like, is that edible?
Let me find out first. I've done this before. That last apple was awful to eat, should never be eaten, but is perfect for defense.
So,
So an apple day will keep the doctor away?
It's like if you bit a salt block in half and you douse that in malic acid.
I had a drink like that once per a patron that bought me one. It was awful.
I don't like super sour things. I like a little bit tartness, like a Granny Smith apple. That's the perfect level.
So do you cut the apple and take a bite of it?
I'm doing the same thing I did with the angry zap apple. I'm going to take essentially my dagger and just sliver off a small corner.
You do that, and do you just stick it right in your mouth to try it?
I'll smell it first.
It smells almost like honey.
I will take the smallest nibble of the piece that I got off.
It tastes like a super sweet tomato mixed with apple.
That's weird.
I gonna wait to see
It's
what
an apple.
happens.
It just gets progressively sweeter.
Like a sickening sweet.
Almost. It's like if you took too big of a bite of cotton candy.
Oh, that's just sugar.
Just
So this would be
sweet.
something you would definitely need to mix with salt.
Yeah.
Got it.
What do you do?
I'll ask Feisty to let me go ahead and get into the curl around him so that way I can try and comfort him for a moment.
Yeah, you feel hands on you, and
I'm just gonna grab him.
He's not responding.
Just gonna pull him into a hug, and
The only thing he'd do is maybe curl up a little tighter.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and take out the light of laughter. And clutch the holy symbol as well, and I don't know what to do in this situation. Alright, brother.
and you kind of look around. Go ahead and carry on. You look around, and Scabbards disappear. Nikolai's nowhere around. Neither is Feisty.
Yeah, after the golem's kind of done, I guess. I imagine it'll only last for a certain length of time anyway.
Sorry.
Probably maybe use it to like scoop the pieces into a pile.
Go ahead and
Head back into the
Let him go. Sorry. I thought he finished. That's
head out of the training area and see what's going on.
You head in towards the entry area, and you see Prim and Cayenne going over like food and things like that, talking to each other.
go ahead and actually try and commune with Bahamut.
Religion.
Can I use my pendant for this?
Is it a relatable skill?
Probably get something to drink because I'm probably tired.
Yeah.
At least a little out of it.
You know, you can ask the servants to prepare food for you. Whatever you want.
You may
Never had servants.
add an additional plus 10 to a roll that correlates to your class.
There you go. How do you ask him for something to drink?
I just go get it myself.
You get this and you pour it into a glass and you take a drink of it, and you realize the mistake of not like actually asking for something specific, as it tastes like cheese flavored water.
Yummy.
10?
Cheese water. Gross. The flavor of
Basically,
cheese, the consistency of water.
If you took macaroni powder and mixed it in water.
Yeah.
It's kind of like taking the water that's in a fresh mozzarella bag and pouring it into a glass and drinking it.
Yuck.
No.
So very watered down milk.
Yeah, no, I'm getting rid of that. Oh, what the fuck? Oh,
10 plus 20.
How the fuck does water taste
36.
Okay.
Natural 20.
cheese.
You could just say natural 20. You don't need to add numbers on top of that. Natural 20 is a natural 20. And as you do this prayer, you find yourself in the presence of Bahamut again.
God damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
You bastard.
Hello again.
Bahamut looks to you.
I need your help. My brother is suffering terribly. And while he is very ignorant of the ways of the divine,
And Bahamut simply says one thing. Understatement.
I believe that he may need your guidance and perhaps even your warmth, as he has experienced something that no one should ever have to. Something that I know too well.
And Bahamut nods, and you find yourself back there and kind of lulling into a sleep from the warmth. And as you're holding this pendant close and tightly, you can feel warmth around you, and you assume it's feisty.
Yeah.
Because you're oblivious.
I'm deliberate. He shut down.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to process it, so he can't.
That was juicy.
So he can't. So he's just like blinking his mind right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do.
And just kind of like that, there's no one else there. It's just you and this other being, and you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you hear a familiar voice of Carl, and Carl's like, Nikolai,
What? What's going on?
Nikolai,
What? Who? What's going on?
and you see Carl there with you, in this empty room.
You're the guy that fixed my goggles.
Of course, I'm the guy that fixed your goggles. I'm wondrous that way.
What happened? Did I die?
You don't appear dead to me.
What's going on?
I've come to comfort you. I'm going to be rather blunt with you, Nikolai. And he's rather cheery about it. You're kind of an idiot savant when it comes to religions.
I don't understand it at all.
My actual name is Garl Glittergold. Take my hand. Come on. Up. And he pulls you up very gently. And he walks with you, and he's like...
He's heard that name at least twice. Is it familiar enough to know what it is?
Wisdom.
Okay.
Even DDs are dishing out burns. When it's a target the
just
size
a straight
of...
wisdom check?
Yep.
Okay. 9.
9? You're like, wait, no. No.
What?
At least it wasn't like a 2, because then I'd have to tell you that you're really putting the dumb in wisdom.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
I rolled a 7. He gets a plus
So-
2. Whole 9.
You head into... Garl pushes open a door, and you head into this elaborate kitchen. And you see a mouse folk working on some things, and she turns around and you instantly recognize it as your mother, and she's like, oh, a guest, Garl. What brings you to my little piece of heaven? He's like, I have a guest that needs to say goodbye to you.
Nika?
And she looks over. The only. And she's like, hold on. And she goes in and she gets in the oven. She pulls out fresh baked cookies. And she brings, she puts them on a little plate, and she comes over and she's like, she hands the plate out to you.
My mom?
Wait. And she puts the plate down and she just hugs you. She's like, you've gotten so big, Nikolai. You look a lot like your dad. I always thought I was the better looking one, though. And she just hugs you, and you can feel that angelic warmth wrapped around you.
He's speechless still, just hug tighter.
She's like, I know I'm dead. It's okay. But don't worry, I'm always watching over you. So is your father sometimes, but he's too busy trying to figure out the machinations of being dead. He says death is a construct, and he'll figure out how to solve it in time.
Don't do that.
I could do that.
His creation has caused so much troubles because of that.
Oh no. I don't know what else happened. I just know what happened to me. And me ending up here.
We're trying to find him.
And she gently just rubs you behind the ears ever so gently like a mom would. And she's like, I think you will. And the rest of you will. If the rest of you are alive. If those had plans, I don't know what those plans were. She was secretive.
We all made it, well, except for Millen, sort of. She's with us, but she's a squirrel now.
What? Pardon?
Which part?
My daughter is a squirrel.
So that's her name, Millen?
Actually, her name is Nika II.
And my name's Rurik.
You're not to take that name after the events that are transpiring. I want you to find your own name.
Oh. Should I just keep the name that Godos gave me then?
If you want to.
But my father went doing what he does best. Shouldn't I take his name?
That's up for you to decide. You're among the living, and your choice is your choice. As someone that is dead, I cannot make choices except for if I'm going to cook today or not. Or just simply wander through the endless fields of golden wheat.
Wouldn't cooking be more fun?
Sometimes a good walk is very refreshing.
Yeah.
I used to go on walks with Brigida. Did you know that she was supposed to be your grandmother?
Grandmother?
Well, not grandmother.
Godmother.
Godmother,
Okay.
yes. I couldn't find the term. It's there, but yeah.
That's going to be an interesting revelation to give Cayenne.
Well,
Vegeta's daughter. One of them.
It's a lot of overlapping. We all decided that the parents would be either, all of the Obscura would be basically the godmother and so forth and so forth and so forth.
Do you know how Crier Bell is?
How's he doing?
The father's creation took him as well.
Oh,
Just a few days ago. We found out that he has a child and a wife too.
Well-
We've sent someone to try to rescue him and keep them safe.
hopefully it turns out.
You haven't spoken to Crier Bell?
I didn't know he was gone. I can look for him at some point and then reconnect with him.
Please tell him. And we're all sorry what happened to him.
I can do that for you.
We're doing everything we can to make sure that his kid and Hope are well.
Sorry, Nate.
Sophie is trying so hard. She's trying so hard.
I keep seeing Sophie do that. I'm like, Nate, please just keep petting her.
I'm just embracing the emotion for that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nate.
Sophie's like, oh my god! And,
Poor doggy. I'm okay.
she's
You're
so
not gonna
worried.
be able to. You're not gonna be able to get through the scene without petting her.
Yeah. So, she's like,
I'll continue to talk with her.
Oh,
Yeah, she probably just has to go out. I'll continue talking with her, and if recipes there, I'll pull her out, pull it out. Her recipe book's with me.
yeah. You're able to spend some time and cook with her, and
Yeah, that was the point. Help me understand this recipe.
yeah, and you're able to spend time with her. She's so excited
ahead,
she
dog.
fell over.
Such a good doggo.
Yeah. You're able to spend time with her, and you eventually come back to the mortal plane. And you wake up, Scav,
I'm just holding on to him.
and you wake up, Scav, from this rest, and you're instantly like, what the fuck? And the cookies that she had baked are there with you. And you just smell the cookies, and you look over and you see a plate of cookies.
Probably still curled up
Yeah.
and feisty with him, like, holding on to him.
Yeah. And you realize that Scav is hugging you.
Give him a little hug back. I'm okay, Scout.
And you look ahead of you, and on the floor you see that plate of cookies that she had baked you when you got there.
Well, I was okay. And I just grab cookie and start eating it.
You bite into it, and it's a little bit crunchy on the outside, and then it's got that soft chewiness on the inside. And you realize that there is a sweetened cream cheese in the middle of this cookie.
Wow, that's fucking dope. That sounds so good.
And it's kind of like a white chocolate honey type of taste in the middle of it.
Oh wow.
You're realizing what your mom was capable of when she actually cooked.
Wow.
Are you okay, brother?
Speaking with his mouth full of cookie will be. And I motion take some.
Take one.
And you bite into it, same thing, and you get this blissful cookie that was masterfully made.
And then after I finish a cookie, I will, of course, offer feisty one too. And then I will bring the cookie up to the family.
Oh, I'll let go and pat him on the back as I get up with him. Like,
And as you're in the kitchen with Cayenne and Prim, Feisty comes in, and Nikolai is on her head, and Scabbard's carrying a plate of cookies.
Nikolai will just use Machin to do it. Or
Okay.
Ace to do it.
Okay. And, yeah, there's a plate of cookies, and Nikolai comes back, and his face is soaked with, like, wetness.
His eyes are all puffy.
Yeah.
But he actually does have a bit of a smile on his face now. It's weird.
Yeah, he looks like it's definitely obvious that he's been crying his eyes out.
Cayenne's only going to make a guess in her mind without saying anything and just look at Nikolai and say, I'm sorry.
I got beat to hell and I didn't heal it up. I just realized. Just walking down there.
You still have way more hit points than I do, alright? Shut the fuck up.
I got
Yeah.
to say goodbye, and my mom made these.
I'm sorry that I put you through
Please, please, they're wonderful.
What was she like, Nikolai, when you met her?
Everything I was hoping she'd be. Sweeter than Kodos ever could have been. She was mom.
Just gonna hold my holy symbols. Thank you.
Fucking natural 20s, man.
And I need to understand this religion stuff. Garl, a gnomish god, brought me to see my mom. I don't know how that happened.
Well, probably
I was
seeing on Feisty's back.
literally just shut down, and then all of a sudden I'm with my mom.
Pat him on the back. I'm sorry I put you through that. Feisty told me that you were not okay, so I asked Bahamut for help, and it seems he reached out to Garl for further help. If you wish, brother, I can help you understand more, but only at your own pace.
If it brings you comfort, Nikolai, the Lady of Blood was actually able to help me at least speak to an apparition of my mom before we went to deal with the temple. Just take some time in the larger temples and learn all you can.
They will.
Or speak to any high-ranking artificers, gnomish artificers that have more knowledge on Garl.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go speak to Khan when we get back to.
Do you put on the amulet and wear it as your own now?
Yeah, he's going to make sure it's clean and put it on.
Okay. And, as you guys gather around the table, Prim's managed to prop it up a bit. So
Hey, guy, what?
Prim's like, I took
Number
care of
one,
it.
please fix the table.
And she picks up the plate of cookies so it doesn't get disturbed in the drinks. And, you guys are around
You guys
the
could
table.
just. Okay, number one, can we get a meal for everybody, please?
Maybe not with the cheese water.
Why would you ask for cheese water? That sounds disgusting, and I like cheese.
I just went to go get something to drink, and it turned out.
Sir,
You just ask them for stuff.
that was your father's favorite drink.
That does explain a few
Okay, I'll
things.
have to try it then.
So, as the table's repaired and you guys gather around and speak about things, starting to settle in a little bit, Nikolai having his first brush with the truth of the matter. We're going to call it there tonight, and we will pick up next week.
Can I do one last thing?
Sure.
In an effort to try to get used to his little spectral servants.
They're yours, too.
Yeah. Gonna try to make a drink for Prim.
Okay.
And
Whatever she
Kyan
asks
would have, tried to ask one of the servants to bring her some salt for the apple.
So it's more edible.
To give to everyone.
They do bring a bowl of salt.
Yay!
Roll that.
What's her favorite? Or
Do you ask her?
yeah, I straight up ask her. It's like,
Go ahead, ask her. You know how this works?
yeah, seems to be a growing custom with us. Anyone who helps out, I at least do what I can to show thanks and make him a drink.
Prim looks over. I don't often partake in drink.
You don't drink like water or something?
Water, yes. But the few times today I am offered a drink, it's a very peculiar drink. It's a old drink from pre-Cataclysm that is hard to find. Cayenne might actually enjoy this. Fucked up the wall with a side of salt and vinegar.
Fucked up the wall with a side of salt and vinegar. I don't know if I have enough room on the page for that.
Sounds like
Just in case. That's a drink that Nika knows. I'm looking through the.
It's essentially a adios mixed with a Jaeger bomb.
I was just about to say, this sounds like just a more intense AMF. AMF with Jaeger bombs.
Fucked up the wall, right?
Yeah.
An adios Jaeger?
That sounds
Like pain.
horrendous.
Terrible. Like, what the heck
Look.
is this?
I may not
That
drink
is-
that
that
often,
is
but damn,
projectile
that's
nastiness
I
right
can tell you
there.
right now, that's a no.
It's like, can't tell you how to make that, Mongo.
I love
With
a
a
good
side of
cocktail,
salt and
but no.
vinegar.
Yep, that's what the Jaeger bomber part is.
Okay.
You're like,
Look,
If
Jaeger
you
makes me
need
angry.
the recipe for an AMF, I've got it pulled up right now, as well as a Jaeger bomb.
So,
Okay.
I've got both pulled up in my face.
poor fucking Tom over there, like, the fuck?
Okay, so
I knew I was going to be your next victim.
The writing was kind of on the wall there, bud.
Yeah.
Actually, it was written all over the room.
Yeah, it was all over the room.
blackjack.
Huh?
Blackjack.
Blackjack 21? You get a couple of cups and you put this drink together. And you set the shot over to her and you set the glass over to her. And you're just like,
I've never made one of those, so if it's fucking horrendous, I'm sorry, and I'll run for my life.
and she takes it, drops it in there, and just throws it back instantly.
Yes, it's horrendous. It's
And she
perfect.
doesn't, she has no response at all from this, and she's like, thank you.
Try to gauge if I made it correctly.
It's like
Or if it's
stoned.
just... It's like, well, I guess it was drinkable.
It was delicious, thank you.
What is wrong with this person?
No problem.
Diane would have shared
Thank you for all your help.
basically the prepared slices of the obsidian apple.
Yeah, you each take a bite of this and you're like, what the fuck? But you have your meal, you have drinks prepared, and you get to spend this time at this table starting to digest the gravity of the situation. And that's where we will call it for the night for the week.
Definitely making his favorite.
And then next week we will pick up and find out where this goes to. Everybody, have a safe week. Have a good night. We look to see you next week.
Join
Thank
our
you.
Discord.
Oh yeah, there's craziness there. I fill in a lot of missing information and backstories and details of characters, and really interesting tidbits.
We also got lots of fun stories we share.
Oh yeah.
And plenty of places for memes if that's your sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
a
and
few
if you want
stories
some,
behind.
if you want to know a little bit more about some of the foods, they get posted there too.
Yeah. You have a safe travels for the week, and we hope to see you next week back here at the tavern. Have a good night.
Happy
Night,
Easter.
everybody.
Bye.
Happy Easter.